doom doom do do doom 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 do 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 do. Welcome again, travelers, to Bible study, devotional, as well as BMX learning, and maybe a drawing stream if we're not too tired, where we're just taking some time and just peering into God's Word, and I guess practicing, trying to sow some seeds out there maybe, or maybe we're practicing just casting some lines out for the Lord. And even if we cover the same verses, and even if we maybe even potentially even read the same commentaries, I feel like I don't remember everything, so there's always something that, stands out to me or I just forget. And we're just here, we're just going to be practicing these things. I'm going to be flat out honest, these Bible studies kind of just feel like we're just leveling up our speechcraft ability, or we're just practicing reading aloud. And and so that's what we're going to do. And and I'm going to be honest, these things are really awkward, but it's like, I feel like that's just what makes these Bible studies hard. It's not necessarily like it's this, some of them are actually very, very challenging, but I feel like the hardest aspect about these Bible studies is just kind of how it's awkward a bit, and I guess it's also the fear of the judgment of others if you potentially say something wrong, and what they think about you, or if they think you're crazy or something like that. So that's what we're going to go into, and today we're going to read a commentary on the word fortitude. Fortitude. I feel like if anybody here has played WoW, I know this sounds ridiculous, but you guys probably know about that word, because I'm going to be honest, that's kind of where I got isn't it weird when you start playing some video games and you play some video games and you just see a word just all the time. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, that thing gets in your mind sometimes, bro, because you're like, especially when people are yelling at you, they're like, dude, what are you doing? You gotta help the team out or something like that, right? Well, there's actually this thing that, the priest class in WoW, they have this thing called Power Word Fortitude. Anybody plays WoW, you guys probably know what that is. So we're going to look up a commentary on fortitude, and just even thinking about that, because I know it's kind of weird. It's always, especially last stream was actually super awkward, especially the drawings are awkward. I don't know how to, it's very, very challenging trying to depict a homeless person or, something like that, but also trying to make it not creepy. And it's always kind of weird, because I know when I post, because I did post the last one, and like not many people even liked it. They're like, and I know it's really awkward, right? And sometimes I have to like really think about the verses, and I'm just like, man, do those verses really go into like the least of these like that? And I think one reason why it might make people feel a bit awkward is because I think especially I feel like if you are potentially a pastor at a church or something like this, right? I think bringing up some of these topics in front of, family members or children and stuff like this, it might get a little awkward, right? Or it might get kind of strange, right? And I think that's kind of, and it is kind of hard. It's even hard for me to even think about how do you even draw or to pick something like that, but also make him like not creepy-ish. Anyway, we're gonna read a commentary on fortitude. The other thing about fortitude, I was also thinking about these verses right here. Let's open it up. Oh wait, let's open it. If you have your Bibles out there, everybody, you can open the scriptures as well. This part in the scriptures is very, very important, right? And I am going to be honest. Let's see how much. This will be a little recap of how much we've actually memorized. We're going to go into 1 Corinthians. Is it 1 Corinthians 13? I think it's 1 Corinthians 13, 12 or something. I actually don't remember exactly where it is. And it's on love, right? It's on love. One of the other reasons why I think about that as well is because of John 13:35. By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love for one another, right? And now let's see if I can remember some aspects of love. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant. It is not irritable. It is, it endures all things. I feel like there's a bunch more that I forgot. Is there some other stuff? I feel like I always just forget about something about those verses, but let's see how much I forgot about. So let's go into there, and you think I would actually have memorized them all, but actually, I think there's some other parts. Believes all things, trusts all things. I don't know. Let's actually, I need to see. And isn't that crazy, bro? I've literally read, I feel like most people have read these verses so many times, and is it just me that I just cannot, I feel like I should be able to memorize that entire thing, but I still, like, it's so weird, right, that I have not all that memorized still. And it's so crazy that I don't have that all memorized, because in this verse right here, all people shall know that we are Christ's disciples by our love for one another. So if I don't even remember the entire thing, and that's actually just a little fraction thing about love. I do know some love goes into, I think there's like agape love, and then there's another aspect of love, right? So yeah, I don't know. That's I guess not. I don't know, but we're gonna read some of these verses, because I think this kind of goes into a little. Me personally, I think a little bit of thinking about fortitude. Also thinking about I guess I'm trying to do these Bible studies to where you don't necessarily have to watch the last one to join in on this one. And I shout out to see you guys that do that. I'm trying to structure I guess not really structure. I'm trying to just do these Bible studies to where it's like, anybody that shows up, well, you can just listen to this one. You don't have to listen to the last 5 of them, right? But it does, I think this one actually does kind of go into the last topic about the least of these and stuff like this. And some of the observations I've made regarding the homeless and, people that are out there and stuff like that, and the downtrodden situations. And unfortunately, I feel like there's this common occurrence as well that I didn't really bring up last stream. And it's kind of like there's this vibe of like people just totally giving up. Like they've just totally just given up. They totally have just, like, they just want to get drunk. They just want to do drugs. They just want to, like, because I feel like they have no semblance of they're going to get out of this state of their situation in life, right? And it's very sad, right? And it's like, you wish you could just go in and just be like, bro, what are you doing, dude? Come on, man, you gotta just try a little bit, bro, to just kind of just make a little step forward, right? But it's a lot harder to do that because, many times it's like they're struggling with addictions. It's like, I don't know how to do this, right? I don't really know, but I would love to just be able to, just offer it even just a little bit of encouragement, or just building them up to where they want to maybe get out of these states that they're in, right? And there was actually this one believer, and I listened to him, and he brought up something about, maybe many times, especially like if you don't want to like give out a lot of money, or you don't have like some food on you, or you don't have like something to offer. Because I think many times when we're helping the least of these, it sometimes might think, oh, well, we got to give them something. We got to give them food. We got to give them money or something like that, right? Well, this other believer, he was saying, many times, if you don't want to offer anything, we can offer our enthusiasm. We can offer our encouragement. We can offer a little bit of our words to maybe build them up in some case. Maybe they might even forget it, right? But even just be like, I'm just thinking about on the spot. I'd just be like, bro, don't give up, dude. Keep going. Just try it. Even if you fall down, bro, just keep getting back up, man. Trust in the Lord, man. Try and go and talk to everybody you see with a cross on. I'm going to be honest. That's probably when I'm going to start. I think I might start telling, some of these homeless people that, because I'm just like, man, like, it's really sad because many times it's like I get this aura, dude. There's this aura I get, and it's just like this aura of they've just let go of the rope, dude. They've totally they don't even care anymore. They're just like, I'm just going to get drunk every single day. I'm just going to beg for money, buy a fifth, pass out, and then just redo the entire whole day again, right? And it's like, man, it's brutal, man. I wonder what other people would say on this. I feel like this problem is actually way deeper than I feel like, than I even know how to handle, and it is kind of overwhelming, I'm going to be honest. But anyway, we're going to go into these verses. And by the way, my bad. Joe, my bad. I haven't been reading the chat. Joker No Shako. I'm Catholic. Yeah, I have been to Mass a lot. I will say I have been to Mass a lot. I used to go to Mass at St. Bartholomew in Belmont in Long Beach, California. It's kind of like the first, and the thing is, I have a lot of friends that are Catholic, right? I would like to say that I'm just multi-denominational. I'm going to be honest. I don't know, non-denominational. I don't really know what I am, honestly. I like just reading God's word and, stuff like this. I like going to many different churches. And the other kind of confusing thing is I have lots of friends from so many different denominations. But I also do have a lot of friends who are Catholic, so that, that's another aspect of it all, right? And I've learned a lot of things from so many different facets of believers and stuff like this. Just to keep the conversation short, me personally, I think what was confusing is I kind of grew up in public schooling, and the thing is that when I actually don't even know if parents really think about this, or even pastors even think about this, but I think what a lot of people don't realize in terms of like maybe older people is when you get put into public schooling, it's not just like, oh, well, they're all around other Protestant kids and stuff like, no, when you get put in public schooling, you get thrown in with basically just your age range. It's not like, unless you I know some parents do put their kids in private school, so that's a whole nother thing, because I know there are some denominations that have their own private schools. But if you're sending your kid to just public schooling, I'm just going to let it flat out honest, your kid's going to be exposed to different religions, different denominations, and the thing is that your kids are probably going to be spending more time hanging out with kids of different religions, different denominations than they are even at church. And because of that, because you're hanging out 40 hours a week, there's probably going to have a little bit of a kind of a mind frame that gets put on them, right? Especially like one that I feel like pastors and church elders don't really bring up is what happens when you're a kid, because this actually happened to me and many other people I knew. And one pastor says, oh, well, this thing's bad, and then we're all thrown into public school for 40 hours a week, and then another pastor over here, they say, oh, no, that's okay. And then the kids come together and they go, wait a minute, well, that guy said this is wrong, but this guy says it's all right. And then they're just kind of like, oh, well, we'll just do it, I guess, or something like that, right? This is what starts happening, right? And just to kind of like let it, kind of all out there. The thing is, I like to think that we are all kind of, I guess, people that are earnestly in the Word of God and earnestly like to consider the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord over their lives. I would like to think that God might be using them, right? I don't know, right? I will say, but I'm still confused on the whole denominational thing, honestly, right now. But I think right now I'm like flabbergasted right now because it's so confusing. Well, I guess not that confusing, but I think for me personally, now when I think about denominations, I like to just bring up the verses of just 1 Corinthians 12. Everybody go read 1 Corinthians 12. And how there are many members of the body of Christ, and we all have different functions, and I'd like to think God is in the midst of all that. I mean, there's that other verse that says where two or more are gathered, there I am amongst them. What is that? I mean, how do different denominations interpret that verse? I really don't know, right? But I have learned a lot from many different denominations, and I've learned a lot from Catholicism and a lot from many other things, even just like some inspirations, like J.R. Tolkien, he was a really gnarly Catholic, right? He was a really gnarly Catholic, and I've personally learned a lot from certain Catholic artists and stuff like that, especially how they bolstered up figure drawing and the study of figure drawing. Even if you look into some of the figure drawing artists that I studied, one was George B. Bridgman. George B. Bridgman studied Michelangelo. So in turn, because I studied George B. Bridgman and he studied Michelangelo, I would like to even say I might have even learned some things from some of the Catholic roots of drawing and stuff like that, right? But sorry if I made anything confusing. I apologize. And I really want to say I apologize to anybody if I am bringing this thing of confusion. But the thing is, I feel like public schooling is definitely doing a number on the minds of people, especially, you know, it's actually crazy. I've met so many people that I grew up with, right? And I met their parents and stuff like that. Their parents were like really gnarly believers, right? And then what was weird is like their kids did not become believers later on. They actually kind of like went totally the opposite direction. And I don't know, right? I guess, is that just the fault of the parents that these kids didn't want to stay in the faith or something? I really don't know, right? I'm not sure. But I will say I have heard people my age bring up that, especially if you're a parent, man, and you're kind of maybe forcing your kid to do something in terms of the faith, there might be some scrutiny on you, especially if there's some hypocrisy, right? Especially as they get older, as these kids get older, and because I've met many people my age, and they go, man, I kind of felt like it was like there's these hypocrites. My parents were just hypocrites. They said that they were believers, but then as I started studying the Bible, they didn't really do any of this stuff, you know. It's like, so that kind of almost makes some, I think a lot of kids, maybe not a lot of kids, but some kids kind of pull away from the faith. Especially maybe if there's some maybe domestic abuse, you know, maybe if, you know, their parents are beating them or something when they were kids, and then they're saying that they're Christians, and then it's like, I don't know. But also there's some verses that say, don't spare the rod and stuff like that, but I guess that's a whole nother topic. It's like, I don't really know. There's a lot of things that are very confusing, but we're going to kind of come back into what we're going into, and we're going into Fortitude, right? Because I think Fortitude, amidst it all, even amidst confusions and all this stuff, I'd like to think that Fortitude is something that we all need, right? They've split their soul. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm not, you know, I'm just saying, it's just kind of weird. I feel like pastors need to bring that up a little bit more too, especially just, but maybe they don't bring it up because it would be a little strange being like telling your congregation, and what if your congregation sending their kids to public school and be like, you know what, your kids might be hanging out with a lot of different denominations, and the very things that I'm saying might be confusing your kids later on. You know, it's like, but I'm gonna be real, man. Those kids, it's not like we spend like 1 hour a week at school, man. It's like, dude, it's like 40 hours a week at least. You know, it's like, dude, these kids like. They're there for a long time. So, and I feel like if you spend even just that much time, there has to be some sort of influence by mere association. I actually think there's I don't remember what verse it is, but I'm pretty sure there's a verse in the scriptures that say who we surround ourselves with, like we end up becoming. I don't know. Do you guys remember that verse? I don't remember exactly where that verse is at, but I know there's some verse that kind of, there's something with influence by mere association, especially if you just think about just, even if you don't even like to be at that place, if you're there for that many hours of time, there has to be a little bit of just influence, you know, that starts happening, right, upon the mind. And so, yeah, anyway, but let's read these verses because we're going to go into love, and thinking about love and thinking about, you know, by this all men shall know that we are his disciples or Christ's disciples by our love for one another, right? I'd like to think that we can start bearing the fruits of love because that's also in the fruits of the Spirit. But one part we're going to go into, let's actually read these. Let's see which ones I've forgotten. I got a little off topic. Have a nice day. Have a good one. My bad if there's any confusions. Hopefully, I'm just here just trying to practice doing these Bible studies, I guess. I can't edit this stuff out, so you know, I'm just gonna have to just go with it. But let's see here. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Okay, so I think I forgot about these ones. Does not insist on its own way. I forgot about that one. Oh, I forgot about rude. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing. I forgot about that one, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. I feel like that one is a very, very big one for the topic of today on fortitude. Now let's look up a Bible study on this because I I remember seeing one, so we're going to read one. Let's put on Fortitude Bible commentary. Let's see here. We're going to read this one today, everybody. We're reading this one today, everybody. And if any of you guys have any sermons to share on stuff like this, I feel like it is kind of interesting because it is actually weird because I actually have heard many sermons on the internet and in person where some of the pastors go, why are the people leaving the church and why are people leaving the faith altogether? I think that some of the things that I brought up probably have at least a little bit of a nudge in some what might be happening right now, but I don't know, right? But hopefully we could keep planting and watering seeds of faith amongst that, right? I feel like hopefully we could be doing that, right? At least trying to shine our light or something like that, right? I mean, that's the other weird thing, man. It's so crazy right now. I mean, even, someone brought up that I couldn't even be an art teacher right now. You know why? Because I promote Christianity. It's like, bro, imagine if you were like the gnarliest artist, bro. You couldn't even be an art teacher because you're putting crosses on things, you're putting Bible verses on things, and it's like, bro, isn't that so crazy? Like, it's like, man, like that kind of tripped me out. I was like, wow, should I? Because what if I actually wanted to be an art teacher later on? I would be like, well, maybe I should stop giving God glory right now because it might be affecting my career later on. But right now, it's like I'm just thinking, well, I guess let's just do it all unto the glory of God. But then it's kind of, I don't know, it's a very weird. I wonder what like people would say on that matter, right? Like when we get into the matter of what happens when giving God glory starts affecting potentially your career, your future, this stuff, right? But I even like to think that God's establishing our steps. That's actually what gets me out of these, like, I guess, thoughts of anxiety about the future or something like that. I'd like to think if we acknowledge God in all our ways, which that's Proverbs 3:6, right? Proverbs 3:6, right? In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. So I'd like to think that if we're trying to at least acknowledge God even a little bit, God is going to direct us, and maybe God doesn't want me on certain things. And it's really weird when that you do get those comments from people, because it's almost like they kind of have a chip on their shoulder of like the faith and stuff like this, and they say these things to you, which I wasn't really expecting that people would say certain things to me, but it does kind of like, I wish I could just get rid of these thoughts in my mind, like be like, okay, I don't want these thoughts anymore of these people kind of giving me some negative things, which I don't really even know if it's true or not, but I'd like to think that, yeah, if I was potentially an art teacher at like a high school or something like that, imagine that. I'm probably not going to be able to just be putting Bible verses and crosses on every single drawing that I'm doing. So yeah, it's kind of weird actually thinking about it. Now when I actually really do think, I'm like, wow, that's actually really odd. And but I'd like to think, well, if God is really directing my paths, then I guess maybe that's not the path he wants me to go on, or something like that, right? So yeah, I'm wondering what like pastors would say on that, because I feel like that gets into the realm of like, I don't know, right? Like, what if you had to work at a job and you had to promote things that were maybe totally against the faith, but you kind of had to just work there to survive or something like that? Because I know there are a lot of believers, unfortunately, in those positions, right? They have to work for some of these companies that might be promoting things that they do not agree with or something like that, but because they're not a boss in the company, they can't just change, how the company's going to run or how the company's investing things. It's very, very interesting, right? And it's I wish more pastors would actually talk about that, because I actually feel like that's becoming a more prominent issue, and it's an issue, I think, upon higher levels of management and stewardship, right? In biblical stewardship, right? It would be very interesting to see, or just like observe, how a believer in a top position of a business. It's so funny because isn't that so weird that we just literally went from thinking about the least of these in the last Bible study, people that are just homeless, they're not thinking about this stuff, right? They're just thinking about, just trying to survive at times, right? But then it's weird to think that there are people right now, even potentially gnarly believers, that are in very, very high positions of business. They run companies. They have a lot of people working for them. They are bosses and stuff like that, right? And it is weird to think like how they potentially, if we think about the concept of biblical stewardship, right? It's interesting to think how they are stewarding it for God, because at sometimes it's actually more apparent how people are stewarding, especially if you're at a top business level, right? Because it's like not that hard right now, man. You could print out a Bible verse, you could put one little word, like literally the smallest little word, man. Like even just thinking about how some of these companies do it, and I don't want to get too deep into this because it goes into a lot of confusing topics, but I will say, if you start analyzing a lot of the big businesses right now and what they do, they kind of don't want to step on too many toes, right? Because they want the entire pile, right? So sometimes they want to hit the secular society, but they also want to hit the believers. I mean, just even think about the big social media platforms, right? Even thinking about Twitch right now, it's like so funny, right? It's like a lot of these big businesses, they're big, the big ones that actually seem to, what a lot of these corporations and stuff think about is they go, how can we hit everybody and not step on anybody's toes, but then also how can we get it's very strange, right? But then it gets weird when potentially parts of secular society get so big to the point where companies go, man, that's really selling over there, we got to start just promoting things of secular society to the point where and it's so weird. It's so weird even to think about this. Maybe these are things that I would like to say that these are things that we shouldn't think about, but unfortunately, especially if you were a Christian and you were a company owner or you were a businessman or something like that, these are things you probably do have to think about. I mean, you take a little class on economics, on business, on on any of this stuff, they're going to teach you all this stuff, right? And it is very weird to think about that, right? But there are the anomalies, like In-N-Out put little bibleverse on things, even some of these, but also I do want to say that this is one of the reasons why a lot of companies don't want to put even a cross on something. Not even a cross, not even a Bible verse. They don't even want to touch Christianity at all whatsoever, because it can get kind of controversial at times, right? And one believer was saying, one believer on Reddit, he was saying something along the lines of like, it makes everything. Imagine if every single media thing had just one Bible verse in it, just one little Bible verse in it. It would change a lot of things, right? Or even just every video game or something like that. It would change a lot of the mind frame of a lot of people, right? But I don't know. Anyway, I think throughout all of this stuff, I'd like to say that we need fortitude throughout all this, and I know a lot of this stuff is very, very. It probably seems overwhelming. It's straight up overwhelming to me. Like, it's straight up like I never even wanted to think about any of this stuff. But unfortunately, with where modern society is, and I would, parts of our modern society is actually run on a consumer-based, market-driven economy. And unfortunately, a lot of these company owners, even though they are believers, or they say they're believers at times, sometimes, unfortunately, they want to hit the consumers instead of maybe potentially giving God glory. And I would love to hear what pastors have to say about that, right? It's like, when do you take that road of just like, you have the option to hit the consumers, have your business not fail, or you also have this kind of more risky part of, are you willing to risk giving God glory and potentially your business failing, or potentially you getting fired, or potentially you not being able to get hired? Say like me being an art teacher, they won't hire me because I promote, I draw crosses and put Bible verses on things, and they don't want that, right? So I'm wondering how do we operate in this in this sphere, right? And I'd like to think about just this verse right here. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. And then Matthew 6:33. Matthew 6:33, right? But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you, right? And I just feel like we just try and seek first the kingdom of God, and even if doors might be shutting, and sometimes these doors might be kind of scary that are getting shut, I'd like to think that the Lord, if we continue to do this, the Lord is going to, hopefully guide us and direct our steps, even in the midst of confusion. But anyway, let's read this. And then the other weird thing to think, I know I brought this up like 3 times, but the other weird thing to think about is even thinking about the least of these. It's like, sometimes I feel like this stuff is very burdensome and very anxiety ridden sometimes. But then I just think, man, what about the least of these, man? It's like they're not even thinking about that stuff, man. It's like, so it's like, yeah, so let's just keep going with it. What does the Bible say about fortitude? Let's read this. Fortitude is the strength of character that enables a person to endure pain or adversity with courage. Although the word fortitude is rarely used in the most popular versions of the Bible, the concept is addressed often. Instead of fortitude, the word endurance, strength, or perseverance is used more often in our Bibles. Not only is fortitude a great quality, but we are commanded to pursue it. 1 Timothy 6:11, 2 Timothy 2:3, and 1 Peter 5:6. Let's read some of these verses. Okay, so we're bringing up this verse. 1 Timothy 6:11, but as for you, O man of God, flee these things, pursue righteousness, godliness, faith, love, steadfastness, and gentleness. 2 Timothy 2:3, share in suffering as a good soldier of Christ Jesus. And 1 Peter, this one, what is the one going to say? Who by God's power are being guarded through faith for a salvation ready to be revealed in the last time. In this you rejoice, though now for a little while, if necessary, you have been grieved by various trials. Fortitude or courageous endurance is mentioned in the Bible most often in conjunction with our faith in Christ Jesus. In the days when the books of the New Testament were being penned, persecution against Christians was escalating. Acts 8:1. To be a follower of Jesus could mean the loss of property, position, and even a lot. Dude, that is so fun. I feel like it's so funny. Dude, it's so funny because I feel like that's just what I almost kind of brought up, just like in the thing of this, right? And I guess that's a whole nother level. I mean, that's just even, I mean, it's actually just crazy thinking that there were like martyrs. I mean, because I feel like, because sometimes I like overthink about these comments that I've received. I'm like, wow, like maybe I shouldn't. Like some of these comments that I've received, unfortunately, they have like started like making me second guess about trying to give God glory. Because I go, wait, is this going to hurt my future or something like this? Like, why are these people telling me this, right? And it's like weird because then I start thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, these people aren't even believers. So it's like, they're probably they're probably thinking maybe more in a worldly sense or something like that, and I really don't know, right? But then I started thinking, even like what this just got brought up, man, there were straight up people that would just die for the faith, like just straight up just be martyred, man. Like that's really, really gnarly. I mean, that's a whole nother thing, man. That is such a brutal level of just the faith of just. I mean, it'd be so interesting to ask people what would we be willing to die for, right? To risk our lives, our very own lives, right? And it's crazy that the very early Christians, they had that sort of fervency to just man, isn't that crazy, right? It's like it's actually kind of scary, right, in some degree. But let's read that again. Was being penned, persecution against Christians was escalating. To be a follower of Jesus could mean the loss of property, position, and even life. Man, that is brutal to read right there. Let's keep going. Acts 7:58 and 12:2. So the apostles and leaders continually urged the budding new churches to stand strong, have courage, and endure for the sake of Christ. Acts 5:41, 1 Peter 2:20, and Revelation 2:17. We are also instructed to have fortitude when being disciplined by the Lord. Hebrews 12:7. Rather than become bitter and turn away from God when he takes us through fiery trials. 1 Peter 4:12. We are to endure, develop fortitude, and grow in our faith and character to be more like Christ. Romans 8:29. And fortitude is not needed on sunny days at the beach. It's needed in the storms of life. Interesting. Now that I'm thinking about it, I guess some of these comments that I did receive, I'm going to be honest, these people probably even aren't teachers. But I'm actually really am curious, like, what pastors and what pastors and those, I mean, what if you were just an artist and you're just like, let's give God glory in everything that we're doing, right? And then you're just drawing crosses and putting Bible verses on things and trying to give God glory, but then, like, you couldn't, I feel like, I guess some of these comments are right. I guess if you were in a public school setting, bro, I probably would not, I mean, in most cases, I would probably be fired for that. It's like, it'd probably be like, so I guess some of these comments do kind of make me think, and I just go, well, what should I do? I mean, I don't know, just keep going forward, I guess, Oh, well, we're just going to give God glory, I guess, right? I guess if those doors need to close, then I guess they're closed for a purpose or something like that. It's the purpose of the Lord that will stand, I guess, right? The virtuous woman described in Proverbs 31 is a woman of fortitude. She clothes herself with fortitude and fortifies her arms with strength. Daniel, verse 17. Daniel showed fortitude when he faced the lion's den for his prayers. Daniel 6. Esther's fortitude was evident when she went before the king saying, "If I perish, I perish." Esther 4:16. It reminds me of that part in Rocky. If I die, I die, or something like that, right? If I perish, I perish. It's a weird one that they put that in there. The lack of fortitude shown by the Israelite army facing Goliath was countered by David's strength of mind as he put off Saul's armor and picked up his sling. 1 Samuel 17. And of course, Jesus' fortitude surpasses all as he obeyed the will of the Father and went to the cross, because the sovereign Lord helps me. I will not be disgraced, therefore have I set my face like flints, and I know I will not be put to shame. Isaiah 57 and John 12:27. We develop fortitude as we walk with Christ, following his commands, refusing to turn to the left or to the right. Proverbs 4:27. And letting his word be the lamp to our feet and the light to our path. Psalms 119, verse 105. When we have persevered and overcome this world, the Lord promises that we will reign with him forever. Revelations 2:26, 3:21, and 24. Fortitude is possible by the power of the Holy Spirit. Luke 12:11 and Mark 13:11 through 13, and is rewarded by our Father in heaven. And that is the Bible study on, or I guess this Bible study. Let's see if we can find another commentary on fortitude. Let's see if we can find another one now. Fortitude. What is fortitude? Let's see if we can find another one. Let's see here. What are some other commentaries on fortitude? Let's see here. What is this? Legionnaire Ministries. What does this one say? I feel like I haven't read a commentary on here in a very long time, but I'm pretty sure we've at least read a couple commentaries. What is this one going to say? What is fortitude? What am I going to say? Let's see what this one brings up. We'll read just a little bit of this one. But this one actually shows who wrote this one. Brian Cosby wrote this one, I think. Let's read what this says. Though you won't find the word fortitude in most English translations of the Bible, you can find its synonyms in words like courage, determination, strength, and perseverance. The word comes from the Latin fortis, meaning strong. Wow, I didn't know that. It's so funny that the other commentary did not bring that up, right? Merriam-Webster defines fortitude as strength of mind that enables a person to encounter danger or bear or adversity with courage. Other dictionaries stress aspects of emotion or the length of time one endures affliction. But whatever emphasis one definition has over another, One thing is for sure. Fortitude is displayed at the juncture of adversity and strength. Interesting. In the Old Testament, the principles of fortitude may be seen in places like the book of Joshua. As God's people were about to cross into the promised land, God told Joshua to be strong and courageous, a phrase used repeatedly in the opening chapter. Why did the Israelites need strength and courage? Because they were about to fight the Canaanite people, who at one point made them seem like small grasshoppers. Numbers 13:33. But God's people needed more than mere physical strength. They also needed mental, emotional, and spiritual strength to endure the conflict, adversity, and even temptation they would face in the land the Lord was giving them. In other words, they needed fortitude. You know, it's actually really, really strange. There's just because it said this right here, the land the Lord was giving them. There's a lot of verses that bring up there's a lot. I think there's even one verse that says the meek will inherit the land or something like that, or inherit the earth. Let me look up some verses on that, because there's a lot of that, and it's just so strange. Inherit the land Bible verses, because that's brought up many, many times, and it's actually just really, really strange when I think about it, because I go, man, that's just so odd that it's about that it gets brought up so many times about just what sort of land are we inheriting, right? Is it just I mean, sometimes I think about even just BMX bikes, because I feel like on the BMX bike you just kind of just like you just get to just I'm gonna be flat on it. You just like kind of just like, you know, you're just all over the place, man. We're all over the place out there, you know. So yeah, maybe God might be using that or something like that, right? Let's see. Can I find some verses on this? Inheritance. Okay, well, there's this one. There's these verses on the meek inheriting the earth. I guess that's not really the same, but I'm pretty sure there's some other verses that went into inheriting the land. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Oh yeah, here's this one. But the meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant peace. Or here's this one too, right? I know there's a lot of verses that bring this up. For the evildoer shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. Right? Isn't that weird, right? It's like, I'm wondering, does that still happen right now? I really don't know, right? But there's many other verses too on this, but you guys can look it up. It's actually really interesting. But I guess I feel like that's kind of more of a, I mean, maybe it does kind of make sense, because I was just about to say maybe that's just kind of more of an Old Testament thing. But now that I think about it, what does the Great Commission call for us to do? It calls for us to make disciples of all nations, right? So I would like to think if we're making disciples of all nations, then the Lord is probably going to open some land for us to maybe go into these areas. I might be wrong on that though, but I know there are a bunch of verses that bring up inheriting lands and stuff like that. But yeah, something about lands and something about us getting lands or something like that. It's kind of weird. Where was I? Okay, we're up in here now. In the New Testament, the Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Philippians, "It is my eager expectation and hope that I will not be at all ashamed, but that with full courage now, as always, Christ will be honored in my body, whether by life or by death." Several verses later, he combines this courage with the unity of the Philippians' purpose, with one mind striving side by side for the faith of the gospel, and not frightened by anything by your opponents. Philippians 1:27-28. Paul needed tenacious courage for the trials and afflictions he would endure for the sake of Christ, but his determination was about to be an example for the Philippians, that they too would strive together without fear for the sake of Christ, come what may. I guess we will read this. This is actually pretty good commentary, huh? This guy really went into this. It's so weird. This guy totally brought up a whole bunch of other stuff that the other commentary didn't, right? It really makes me want... It's so weird, right? It's so strange. If we were to ask every single believer, right? It's just so interesting seeing the differences I'm pretty sure this guy's probably a pastor or something. It's so interesting seeing like the differences that people bring up, and I understand why, right? Because I know maybe sometimes that does seem kind of confusing, but also it's like a lot of these concepts we learn from the scriptures, it applies to many different facets to our life, and we all don't go through the same life experiences, right? We all go through different trials and tribulations, and we all have different experiences, right? Different present moments and stuff like this. But the thing is that I think that's the power of God's word, is that within God's word, once we have it within us a little bit more, even though we may be going through different trials and different experiences, hopefully God's word is still giving us the strength to, no matter what we're going through, to hopefully, endure to the end, right? That's what I'd like to think anyway. Take that with a grain of salt. That was not in this commentary, by the way. It's just making me think of that. Paul would elsewhere write that believers should stay firm in the faith, 1 Corinthians 16:13, and be strong in the Lord, so that we may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand firm. That's so funny. That's the verse I always put in the Armor of God drawings. I always put that verse in for the Armor of God, so it's cool that guy thought about it. Similarly, the writer of Hebrews encourages his readers to hold fast the confession of our hope without wavering, for he who promised is faithful. Hebrews 10:23. As believers, we are called to stand firm, be strong, and hold fast because of the hostility of this world, the temptations of the flesh, and spiritual attacks of Satan. In other words, this requires fortitude. Holy, how long is this commentary? Oh my goodness, bro, this is dude, I'm like straight up reading a book right here, dude. I don't know if I can finish this. Look at how long this there's like 1/5 of the way of this commentary, bro. Holy moly. Anyways, I guess we'll read a little bit more. Fortitude is that strength that courageously endure adversity, which the Lord graciously supplies by his Spirit and through the promises of his word. We should note that the true source and foundation of any fortitude we might exhibit is the Lord himself. His grace is sufficient for us, enables us to boast in our weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon us. For when I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12:9-10, and indeed it is his Spirit who helps us in our weakness. Romans 8:26. And holy moly. Well, I guess it's not that long. Okay, there's just a lot of other stuff at the bottom. Where was I at? Okay, here we go. Fortitude, then, may be biblically defined as the strength to courageously endure adversity, temptation, and spiritual assault, which the Lord graciously supplies by his Spirit through the promises of his word. So how are we able to cultivate fortitude? That word's funny. So how are we able to cultivate fortitude? Which, it's a bit, agriculture, culture, very interesting word right there. Let me give you 2 ways. First, avail yourself to the means of God's grace by which he is at work to sanctify you, specifically his word. The sacraments and prayer, as we read and meditate upon God's word, we become like fruitful trees planted by the streams of water. Planted by the streams of water. I love that verse, by the way, because that one makes me think about the ants, stuff like that. Trents, ants. We're supposed to be like fruitful trees planted by the streams of water. As we partake of the Lord's Supper, God nourishes and strengthens our faith for what lies ahead. As we commune with him in prayer, we are reminded that we are not alone. He is with us. These are the spiritual tools the Lord has provided so that we may have fortitude and persevere under trial. Now, I'm wondering about like the whole trial thing, because I'm wondering I feel like trials come in different forms to different people, especially if we were to ask, someone that was super young, hey, what do you think is a trial in your life? And you ask somebody that's like super old, what do you think is a trial in your life? There'd probably be differences in answers, right? Okay, let's see here. What is it going to say? Second, invest yourself in the community of faith. You need fellow pilgrims to encourage, challenge, and spur you on your own journey. In John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, the character Christian needed friends and co-laborers in his pilgrimage to the celestial city. To the celestial city. It's so funny how he like wrote that like that. This is the first commentary I feel like that's used that word. Celestial city. It's so funny because I have a card. Actually, the reason why I laugh at that is because there's this card in here that says Celestial Ancient in here. And it's kind of funny because it actually reminds me of it because it's like on top of this city thing. It's so funny. I never thought I'd actually read a commentary and they'd use the word celestial. Let's see if we can find that card because it actually reminds me of what we just kind of read. It's actually kind of hilarious. Where is it? Celestial Ancients. Where is Celestial Ancient? I thought it'd be in that hand that I just had. Celestial Ancients. Let's see here. Is it in here? Did I lose that card? Where is it? Oh, here it is. That's why I laughed, is because this has the same word in it. And it's kind of just funny because it's like on top of a city. Isn't that funny? Man, that thing looks crazy though, dude. Holy moly, dude, that thing looks gnarly. Celestial City. Similarly, you need others to come alongside you to strengthen and support you along the way. This is best manifested in the local church, which not only places you within context by means of grace, but also provides spiritual prayer and support from others. As you consider the various trials and afflictions you might face in your life, may the Spirit of God strengthen you courageously. Endure. Blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life which God hath promised to those who love him. James 1:12. And this guy did a really gnarly... Man, that guy... Dude, this is a gnarly commentary. Holy moly. This guy straight up went in. Dude, look how much he wrote. That was a gnarly commentary for this. Holy chapanga. You read all that. That's insane, dude. That was a gnarly one. Brian Cosby. Thank you for that, Brian Cosby. And just the funny thing is, now I guess take this with a giant grain of salt, because this is kind of what... It's so weird that some little thing will just make me think about something, right? And I'm going to be flat out honest. It was because of a video game, right? And it was because of this thing right here. It's called Power Word Fortitude. Power... You guys can type that in. Power Word Fortitude. Let's just look it up. It was because of this thing right here. And I just find it so funny that it just made me think about that, right? Power Word Fortitude. And like basically if you're like, you know, if you play WoW, you probably definitely know what this is, because basically you go into a dungeon or something like that, they're like, give us the Power Word Fortitude, and you get the Power Word Fortitude, and basically you get more life or something like that. Basically what it does, and that's kind of what it looks like. It almost looks kind of like a cross, but see, that's the other weird kind of like, that like example of, I really, really wish it would have just been like a gnarly, just non-mistakable cross, right? But if you really look at that symbol, it's kind of like a cross. I mean, I guess most people probably say that's not a cross, but it kind of seems a little bit like a cross, right? And it's like, that's kind of like the edge that some of these companies have to like go on. They gotta go, well, we want to give God glory, but also we need to hit secular society, and also we don't want to step on too many toes, so now we're just gonna just kind of just vaguely. And I'm not saying that they, you know, put it in there because they're believers or something like that, but I have gotten little, you know, hints that there have been people in certain parts of these companies that truly do want to give God glory, but sometimes they got to do it very subtly in ways that people might even think are controversial, right? No, there's another one. Power Word Fortitude. So hopefully we would gain power. Hopefully we gain a little bit of fortitude just on our journeys right now, and hopefully we could give fortitude to other people as well. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do a card draw right here and see what we draw. Let us see what we draw today. do 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 do. Oh man, one of these sleeves is broken. I need to get some new sleeves. These things did not last that long. Broke. Alright, first card of the day. Oh, look at that. It's kind of funny. We kind of read some verses that reminded me of this. Entish Restoration. Lord of the Rings card. Number 2. Renewed Faith. I like that card. That card is cool. Number 3. Man, we've been drawing this card a lot. Glory. This one kind of, I guess, reminds me now, since it's just bringing up the word glory so much, right? Dude, I've been drawing this card so much lately, bro, that it's just tripping me out. I'm just like, dude, that's so crazy. Like, I guess it reminds me of, like, the city set on a hill cannot be hidden. It's supposed to shine our light for God's glory. 1, 2, 3. Number 4. Got a forest. Number 5. Ooh, Light of Hope. Dude, this is cool. Is this the first time we're drawing it? This is one of the new cards I put in there. Light of Hope. Speaking of light, I like that. Light of Hope. I like just even just that word. I just like just reading that word, those words. Light of Hope. Wow, this is actually a pretty gnarly card, honestly, if you think about it. Dude, that's actually I'm wondering, like, it's like weird because this is like a common card, but I feel like, man, that's a lot of things you had to do just for a common. A forest. Ooh, oh, we got the Bibleverse card. Knight Errant. Before honor is humility. The Bible, Proverbs 15:33. Before honor is humility. Every time I draw one of these Bible verse cards, I just go, I wish I could just ask the Lord, how do you want us to steward everything for your glory? How do you it's like, man, like trips me out. It trips me out thinking about, imagine if every single business owner that was a believer or something like that just did an entire Bible study on biblical stewardship, right? I wonder like how much things would change, or like what they would even say. That's actually, I guess, what I'm more curious of, is what they would say to it. I feel like a lot of them would say it's too risky. Or maybe their analytics, maybe their markets aren't, I don't know, something like that. But okay, last card. Forest. That's cool. Man, that thing looks awesome, huh? So lush. See, it's actually crazy even just thinking about this card that we just drew right here. Because I know, like, sometimes I do go into this, like, crazy thing about the economy and our society. But that's just because we kind of live, I guess, if you're in that sort of setting, right? But I also want to relay that there's believers out there that are just totally, like, living, even almost like Amish style or, like, Mennonite style, or where they're just, like, straight up just, like, living off the land, like, basically just kind of, like, so maybe God has them out there for a reason too, Sometimes I wonder if, like, I always kind of find that stuff's a little bit intriguing to me. I'm just like, man, because I know, like, from hearing some of these people, like, especially, like, because I listen to this guy, his name's Titus Morris. There was this video on YouTube that my friend showed me, and he does have this like kind of like ministry thing going. But yeah, this dude's just like living off the land, man. I'm like, dang, man, that's kind of gnarly. I mean, I guess I don't know about now because he like makes a bunch of YouTube videos, but I'm not sure. And I'm wondering like if the Lord has some sort of thing about, I'm wondering if the Lord is even using some of these people as like this crazy fallback plan, if like society were just, I mean, that's what some of the Mennonites and Amish people say, you know. They say that they're living like this because they think that in Revelations, like, society is going to collapse or something, and they just want to be living off the land without any sort of, you know, it's like, it's really, really gnarly, because I've actually heard Titus talk about that, and I'm like, wow, that's like kind of gnarly to think about. But I don't know, it's like weird then, you know, so maybe God has them out there for a reason. Some full-on fallback plan, but that's a cool draw right there. Anyway, let's ride our bike now. And my leg's kind of like asleep. I put this armor on too tight. Okay, let's actually make as well. Let's make a little Twitter post thing. Hopefully we can bring in some more, plant a seed or something like that. Become better fishermen or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new post. We're actually going to put we're actually going to post the drawing that we did last week. This one right here. Yeah, this one, a lot of people didn't like this one. I know it's really awkward, but I tried. I don't know. How would you guys depict a homeless guy? I don't know, man. How do you draw a homeless guy and not look creepy, man? I feel like that is a very, very hard topic, man. That's like, you know, like... Okay, let's see here. Drawing from last week, inspired by Matthew 25 on the least of these. Live right now, if anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. Now we're going to go into the stream and get this link. Boom. Just like that. We're going to copy this link. Boom. We're going to put it up in here. Just like that. Poof. We're going to put a period and put another period. And then we're going to go to our hashtags. And then we're going to go into putting the hashtags up on here. Let's see, where is it? So we have our hashtags thing, and I know I show this a lot, but hopefully if anybody new here sees this. There is this believer, and he kind of put me on to, you know, having this little hashtag thing, because it's quicker. It really is quicker. And it's actually why I put Godspeed right there. It's kind of funny. But we have this hashtags thing on our notes, and we basically have all these various hashtag things. All these different ones, and we're looking for Christian art right here. We're looking for this one right here. Select, copy all these, copy, and we're going to go over here, paste all these, paste, and we got to get rid of 45 of them, unfortunately. All right, let's see here. Just like that, and I guess we could put some more up in here. So what should we do? Let's put in homeless. Let's put in, do we have Bible? Oh, we do have Bible. We'll put in, yeah, that's about it. Well, I guess we'll do BMX. BMX. Is that too many? Wow, that's too many. Oh, wait, here we go. We got it. Okay, we're going to post this. Something went wrong. That's weird. Let me open this up again. Okay, here we go. So this is the post we made. And you guys could do the same as well. You guys don't need to put a drawing. You guys don't even need to put drawing in there, honestly. But that is a way. The thing is, with these hashtags, they actually work, right? So if we go into like Christian, right? This Christian hashtag right here. and we go latest. This is the big one about the hashtags right now. Where is my, okay, yeah. So this is the big one about these hashtags right here, is that it's this latest part right here. I guess like Instagram, they took that out or something like that. But on this site, it actually works. So then you can actually like find ones, right? And that is the little thing that we did. And I know these things are really weird, but oh well. I can't go back. We've already kind of made it this far in, so we're just going to keep going forward, I guess. And hopefully we gain some more fortitude within this. And I think I need to actually change my tube, so anyway, I think I need to go. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, you okay now? You can have seltzer water.
Well, just drink one of the beers. Just drink the water.
It's going to be $800.
No. You need to get that the sturdy fixed. Oh, you need to get a replacement. Because it's sturdy.
No, it's just not. Fortitude.
Now, for Best Buy, you buy the service plan. When you purchase your computer, it's all covered.
I gotta change this tube. Yours. Let's do it right now, I guess. Jesus, keep getting little holes in my tube. Yeah, let's push. I guess let's put it there. I guess let's do it. Oh no, I put the wrong cable in. Oops. Maybe not. I guess it doesn't matter. play BMX Streets, I guess. Who's in BMX Streets?
Maybe you play that game anymore.
Man, nobody plays this game no more. Where is everybody? Nobody plays that game on Twitch anymore, man. Oh well, they need to make a new update or something. Oh, well. For some reason I keep getting these little holes in this tube. I don't know why. It must be my rim or something. Let's see where we got this hole in this one. Might be the wrong category, but I'm on board. How's it going? What up? What up, man? Am I not in the right category? Am I not in BMX Streets? Can I be cool enough to be a part of the BMX gang, everybody? Am I cool enough to be a BMX rider now? Just kidding. It is weird that nobody plays this game anymore, though. You guys need to make a new update up on here. So. For some reason, this tire is either sometimes it's like easy to take off, but then sometimes it's like hard to take off. It's like weird. Do you ride BMX? I'm thinking that if you found me on this category, you probably ride BMX, right? Yeah, he needs to drop some patches. Do you follow Spencer? I feel like Spencer's like the only other BMX rider that I know that streams like frequently. I know a couple other BMX. Actually, I only know like 2 other people that ride BMX that stream. There is one guy. It's another. Or actually, no, I know 3. It's so crazy. I have to like literally It literally I have to like really think about other BMX drivers that stream. I have 3 others that I know. So there's Spencer Forsman. Shout out to Spencer Forsman. If you don't follow him, I'll give him a shout out right now. There's Empathy for Insects. He rides Flatland, and he's like part of like the Terry. Lives by Terry Adams. It's crazy. One of like the gnarliest flatlanders in America. And then there's Moya Flat, which is another flatlander. Okay, here I'll give Spencer Forsman a shout out. He streams like every single day. He just streams like games I don't really play. So, but when I meet another bike rider or anybody that's into that stuff, I like to shout him out. Check out Spencer Forsman on YouTube. He shreds bikes. He also streams on Twitch here. Shout out you people. Cal. Yeah, so shout out to Spencer. Rad dude. Cool dude. He knows a lot about BMX bikes. He's like good at every trick that I'm not good at. I feel like Spencer's on a whole nother level. He's good at all the tricks that I'm like terrible at. Right now we're changing this tube out though. And I need to see where it popped. I'm actually gonna see right now. I'm gonna pump it up. Okay, so I had it like this, so let's pump it up. I just want to see where the hole is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wish he put his real name on there. It's kind of hard to find him. But yeah, he has a YouTube channel. He has a lot of freaking BMX videos. He started YouTube like a long time ago. He's one of the only other bike riders on here. It's actually crazy. Like in terms of like BMX riders. Are you interested in getting into BMX? Let's see, where is this hole at? I feel like for some reason I always get a hole down here. I don't even see the hole. This don't make any sense. How am I losing air? It's faulty in here. I think, oh, you know what? It's probably just a little micro hole. That's so weird. There's like a micro hole in here or something, because it has to be like a little thorn in this tube, in this tire. Then I need to check it then. Probably a little thorn somewhere in here. I don't feel anything. Oh, there's a little piece of metal in here. That's probably what it is. There's a little metal, see that little thing right there? A little metal sliver. It's on my thumb now. It's probably popped a hole in the tube. I can't see it. How in the world did I even get in there? Look at that. A little metal sliver. That was probably the culprit. There's another one in here. Was it a pogo stick? Got a bucket or some water? I do have a little bit of water. I have another tube though. Bibleart 32? No worries, you get into flatline. I'm doing like flatline BMX mostly on here. I'm actually riding around an ACL right now. I tore my ACL and never got surgery. I thought actually I was gonna eventually get surgery, and I probably eventually am gonna get surgery, but I guess in this season right now I'm just riding flatland. The other thing is I'm actually running 18-inch tubes. It's kind of weird. But yeah, these are actually 18-inch tubes, not 20-inch. They're a little bit lighter. I want to get those like those orange tubes, the tubalitos, but they're really expensive. But I think maybe, and I don't know if I should get them, man, because the state that I live in, there's like a lot of stickers and stuff. So I just feel like I don't know if I should get this, man, because that would be brutal. We are gonna save that tube, though. I'm just gonna save it. Yeah. Clean this out. Let's see. I'm actually run this backwards. I'm running it backwards. I'm running it this way this time. Even out the tread. The bikes are really, really fun, huh? I would be into mountain biking. Mountain biking is even more expensive. Holy moly. Mountain biking's gnarly, huh? If it wasn't so expensive, I probably would be a mountain bike. I mean, I guess I could have gone into mountain biking, but I like all bikes. But yeah, see how this is an 18-inch tube? It's kind of crazy, right? But you can get it to fit in here. You just kind of have to like stretch this thing out. It saves a little bit of rotational weight. I actually, when I went from 20-inch tubes to 18-inch tubes, I really felt it. And it was kind of weird because I got this. Someone, there was this BMX rider. His name's Mark Webb. He's the one that actually I learned it from. Oh yeah, look for the bubbles. Yeah, I'll probably do that later. What happened to everybody that played BMX Streets is like nobody plays it anymore, right? I remember when it first dropped, man. Like, I remember when it first dropped because a lot of people were coming to my channel because like I would just be in the category, you know. Come on, buddy. There's that little, what I did start using, I kind of like rounded these little edges out. I always like break, you know those like little tire lever things? For some reason I always break them. So what I did is I kind of got this screwdriver and I shaved it down, made it all rounded. Hopefully I didn't pop my tire there. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that works now. The game isn't living up to the hype. A lot of people, he's just hella. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, it's like weird because like I asked like people, because I like grew up with a bunch of people that played Matt Hoffman and Dave Mira, right? And like people that weren't even BMX riders were playing that game, right? I wish like this game was like that, where like people that weren't even riding BMX are like, bro, we're playing BMX Streets, you know, like. Because like I have a bunch of friends who are like, yeah, dude, I freaking played Matt Hoffman, I played Dave Mira, and they never even picked up a BMX bike. It's crazy. It's like, wow, dude. If you can make a game like that, I feel like that's pretty interesting. But it's hard. It's very hard, especially nowadays. Wait, I need to pump this up to see if there's a hole in it. Lately I've been running 80 PSI. I want to run those tubalitos, man. Have you seen those tubes? He's gonna get there eventually. I think it was just a shock to him to see so many people. I know, that's actually really gnarly, man. I saw a bunch of people hating on the game and stuff like that, right? He just made it by himself too, right? I feel like he should have. I know he put that out there. But yeah, it is sad. I don't know, man. There's just a lot of people haters. There's a lot of haters nowadays, you know? Unfortunately. But yeah, that must be a shock, man. Dang. I actually feel bad for him, man. Because he put so much work in, you know? Dude, I feel like people don't realize how much work it is to make a video game. That's brutal, now that I think about it. He did price it, let's see here. He did price it at a bit too high, to be honest, but then again, it was for the complaints. He probably wouldn't have been improving this game. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, I remember like right in the beginning, like people were like, I want a refund or something like that, right? I saw people saying that. I mean, dude, he like, honestly, he did like step the game up though, you know, like, so sometimes to make a new step in the right direction, sometimes you do have to get a lot of hate, right? Because then like people, because then you know kind of, okay, well, we set a bunch of people off. A lot of people are angry, you know, and like we're going to do this now, you know? What's up, Frank? Wow, right off the bat, crazy. How goes it? How goes it, Frank? What are you up to, bro? I'm gonna be honest, I never even played the game. But I have been trying to promote it because I'm in the category, you know? I feel like what would have helped is if he got like a bunch of the top writers. Like, you know, if he got like Dennis Anderson and like some of these top writers playing it, dude, like that would have helped out. Which a lot of top writers were. I know like Devin Smiley and stuff was playing it, but decided to stop being scared to level my undead rogue. I used to main a rogue. That used to be that was my very first character, was a rogue. I need to wash my hands, I'll be right back. Alright, let's do this. Let go! I'm gonna put on some BMX videos and stuff real quick. Yeah, so it's actually funny. I actually used to be a WoW stream. Before I got into doing Bible study and bike riding, this stream right here that you guys are watching, it used to be a World of Warcraft stream. It's insane. It's so funny. it's not working yet. So we're going to put our BMX video in. And we got our image slideshow. This down. That's how we have the stream set up, just like that. Wow, on Xbox. Wow. So BMX videos, got that. Alrighty. Let's put some music on. This is like some free copyright free music. And it's rad. Let's see what we get. See what we can do. And yeah, we're good. This over here. Our leg exercises. I wish Spencer played WoW. Because he plays a lot of Fortnite, but I've never played Fortnite. If you're out there, Spencer. This one's loud. Alright, let's see. Get warmed up here. You get to ride a bike now. Start out with some fire hydrants. Doubler. Pump it. But they just added Modern Warfare 3 Game Pass, dropping a new cold COD. Yeah. You ever thought about getting a flatline BMX? This is weird. This is all copyright-free music.
Two brothers come from the same loaf. A lunchbox.
Well, I've been seeing it a little bit. I actually kind of like don't have TV at my house. You know, well, I have like the internet, right? But I don't have any subscriptions. It sucks that I haven't been able to watch it. I mean, I've watched like the whole BMX, the women's and the men's park at my friend's house down the street. And I wish I'd be watching it now. Because it's like you have to have either Peacock or like NBC Sports or something like that, right? You should have just put it on YouTube. YouTube Live. But yeah, I watch it down at my friend's house, but I did see the BMX qualifiers and stuff like that. Qualifiers and also the full runs. Let's see, what have I been trying to learn lately? We can do it back here in my hand. If you wanna, oh, it's all good, bro. My friend, like, literally right down the street has everything. This guy's gnarly. Brian Chapman. Yeah, that's crazy. It's kind of crazy. Didn't they make like two different, it's weird that the skateboarders didn't use the same park as the BMX riders, right? I found that kind of strange. I don't even know what I'm doing. I need to remember what I've been working on.
Oh,
That's sketchy. Holy moly, that's crazy. I don't know what's even the point, huh? I guess there's a lot of events, right? So that's probably why they have to probably fit it in a time segment. Yeah, the accommodations. I actually just saw a post today. They have like cardboard beds and like no air conditioning and stuff, you know? Pretty brutal. It's gonna be crazy. I actually think I'm gonna try and go to the Olympics when it's in LA though. The next, in 4 years, it's gonna be in LA. Dude, it's gonna be crazy, I bet, man. It's gonna be wild. Like, legitimately, it's going to be pretty crazy, I bet. Yeah, yeah, there's a whole... There's some crazy controversies. The controversies arise. Practice some devil foot stuff. What has been your favorite event? I did see a little bit because I do follow the NBC sports on YouTube, so I do see some of the highlights. But I know there was a world record that got beat for the speed rock climbing, right? See if we can do a cliffhanger. Whew. This is like my worst trick right here. But we landed one last week, so last stream actually. Yeah, the rock climbing. Yeah, I did used to rock climb when I was younger. I basically was just into like BMX riding and rock climbing when I was younger. Bro, this cliffhanger is hard. The flatland BMX was almost about to be in the Olympics too. From what people told me is that not enough women compete, so you're a girl out there. Try and ride flatland BMX. We're going into a new section. We're going into fitness and health. I do get a fair bit of followers on fitness and health, this category. There's like nobody really in BMX streets. This trick's hard. I know why this trick's so hard. Being in that category? Yeah, so there was some people that said that you can like switch your categories around. I get a fair bit on just chatting because of the Bible studies. Just chatting and then fitness and health are kind of the ones that I get like most of the viewers, I think. I did try the IRL. I've tried the IRL, I've tried the sports. Those ones kind of are there's so many people in it that it's kind of hard to find people, right? The fitness and health category though, there's roughly only like when I get on, it's roughly like 75 people to like 400 people. And it's much easier to find streams that way. I know, BMX streets doesn't have that many people on. In the beginning, there was a lot of people. In the beginning, but now no longer anymore. Let me get back there, Andrew. Flatland BMX is very fun. It's very much safer, and it's pretty cool. You can learn it in really small areas. Like the area that we're riding in, this is just a 15 by 15 square foot area. I'm not sure what I'm trying to do right now. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, I almost did it. So close. Oh, the roof, I know, huh? It is a pretty low angle. It's hard to like get like the right angle. I'll show you. If I like put it over here, it like cuts off half of the garage. Maybe I should try like different angles, but I've been trying to find one. Like this one, it like cuts off like half of the garage. I mean, I guess that one, it does kind of work a little bit. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should try some different angles. No one said that in a very long time. Think about it. Maybe I should try different angles. I think this angle, though, cuts my head off. Kind of. Let's try this one. Woo! I don't know what this one looks like. When I'm near the center. Maybe I should run this angle then. But also, most of my clips that I get, I also have it down there for a reason too. Because a lot of people that ride flatland, for some reason, a lot of people that ride flatland, they get like up angle shots. Yeah, it's a skateboarding. I think it's because like, yeah, you're right. Because like a lot of skateboarders when they film, they're kind of like down like this. I'm going to be honest, I haven't really messed around with this angle right here. I feel like I might even be able to use this one a little bit now. I haven't really used that one. I like stalled it. There's this trick too. Yeah, drone filmer. Dude, there's like a whole like people like that's their job now, huh? Just drone filming. Pretty gnarly. Oh, fuck, I hit the brake. Whew. How was that land that? Jeez. Dude, it's so weird seeing this in a different angle. Because it's like a little bit more, it's like way above. For sure, man. Go walk that dog. Yeah, this angle is kind of rare though. Even watching most of these BMX videos, for some reason BMX is feeling really low. Yeah, like all these clips. I feel like you never really see a BMX clip like this. You put another stream marker in there. Oh, well, we can mess around with it. Mess around. Sounds kind of weird, huh? It's kind of slow. Sounds pretty good right here. I like this one. I think I like this one. Right, so I wonder if a cliffhanger would be able to, you could see a cliffhanger in here. Put my arm stretch out. I don't know about this. That's like not the vibe right now. I don't know about this whole section that I'm in. This is weird. This is like, we're in like pop punk section. I need to change the music genre. let's go to. Weird, how do we end up here? Ugh. Okay, let's see here. Let's go into. We're going to go to the Goth section. The Goth. This one. I don't know if you will be able to see a. I don't even know. I'm like holding it for like a millisecond longer. You guys have any tips on this trick? Well, this angle's weird. It's like you're in a little corner over here. I wonder if I can get like a halfway point. Would be like this and then up. About that. I can't get all of it. Like that. I think that would be the angle. I think this might be the angle. Maybe a little bit more lifted up though. Trying to find the middle ground. Oh, I almost landed right there. Good. Maybe I should try different angles. Maybe I can learn tricks a little bit better. I need to try different angles actually. See, this one's kind of hard to get. I guess you can get kind of all of it a little bit. See if we can do a Smith, 180 Smith on here. I don't think we can. I think the ledge is too little, but the ledge is too little. I did want to learn the this one. I saw someone just ride into it, walk into it. They like walked into it so easy too. Man, that's freaking hard. Do that one. How do you guys do that one? It's kind of weird. There's like a whole new perspective to it. A whole new perspective, everybody. This song's pretty cool. I like it. Pretty cool song, man. I'm gonna go look at the weather real quick outside. Guess we can switch. My package is delayed. What the monkey? What in the little ground squirrel? I think we are going to practice some ice pick stalls, everybody. I haven't really been practicing those really, huh? Maybe. I honestly should be practicing the double-footed maneuvers. I'm wondering if I can add this to, how can we get it shot up in here?
Can't promise he'll ever get tired of playing superheroes, but we can promise real cheese and 15.
That's fun. So you do combo. Combo. Not that loud either. What happens if I lift up the camera just a little bit more? That's kind of hard to get it all the frame on. That's good. It's weird to like. Is it on manual? Oh, it is on manual. This one looks alright. That's pretty cool. It's weird. It looks like ominous. to try and do a, like, I wonder if we could do like Foof to ice hold to like Boston or something. Let's try like Foof to ice hold. It's all sketchy right now. Alright, let's try and do like ice hold to like bar or something. Doing it earlier, but now I can't do it. Oh look, it's empathy for insects. I put some of your videos in here, empathy. Like just falling off. It moves on me. Just moves just a little bit and throws me off. Song. that hard, right? Like just like an ice pick to then just like a little bar spoon thing. I don't know if this angle is the one we should be going with. Yeah, I should put it like over here. Yeah, that would be able to see the bar spoon a little bit more. Okay, let's move the camera over here. What was I doing? Okay, I was going to move the camera. Dude, there's some riders that are super good at this maneuver. Like, they just hold it like every single time. I'm like, bro, I'm terrible at just even stalling it. It's just that ledge. That ledge is just like not ideal for this maneuver. Yeah, that's the angle, I think. This song's cool. Dude, how terrible is this? Oh. I did it the first time. Saving this song. Really good song, right? Oh, I can't save it? There we go. Save. Whoa, that's crazy. like almost tried to hold it on. Terrible, dude. Slow again, man. Kind of funny, like reminds me of like an animal thing. This is copyright free. Oh, I held on to that thing. We're saving this song. That's cool. Alright, let's put the camera back where it is. I am not good at these stall clips, man. Wow, that was crazy. Holy moly. Dude, he must have been sitting there doing that freaking all day, I bet. Even a couple days. That is gnarly.
See if these guys have any music. So this is copyright free too. That is crazy. What in the world? No way, dude. That was insane.
Okay, let's see here. Holy chabongo. Huh. And the new update for the app is kind of sketchy, huh? Like, you can't, like, see all the channels anymore. Huh. Honestly, now I think about it, I bet if I made that other ledger, it'd probably be better. I'd probably use it more. Backwards manuals. let's go right outside. Let's see the weather. Do, 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 do. Oh, that one was freaking over in my main pocket. That's fine. Yeah, that's weird. Let's see. Okay, we go. Here are the rolling barns. Let's go right outside now. Oh, I shouldn't close that. Fudge. Wondering what I should work on. Yeah, these things keep eating my cactus. That's the rabbits. Turn off this. This is wired here. Welcome to the melon hour. I saw one dude do it like super far, just from an end. Kind of cool to learn. A variety of cliffhangers I heard too. probably clipping out here too. Almost. Why am I so scared of that trick? The freaking balance point. Going down now. For some reason I feel like it's easier in the garage. It makes no sense why it's so hard out here. Well, actually it does make sense because now I'm actually doing it because I'm actually carving it a little bit because of this crack right here. So I'm actually doing it uphill a little bit. It's probably messing me up. Oh, dude. I suck at that trick. Yeah, I'm doing it a little bit uphill right there. What do we got practicing? Let's practice. Let's put on our paint check.
Hi, how are you?
Put on our bearings. Practice some hitchhikers just going straight, I think. Maybe I should zoom it in once more, huh? Are those little, man, these little ants always go to my computer for some reason. Wait up. kind of sketchy using these things out here. I'm trying to learn hitchhikers, everybody. If you guys have any tips on this trick, please let me know, because I'm gonna make it look easy, but it's pretty hard. So we also have our phone right here, so I'm kind of like being able to see what I can do when I'm doing. I have like 5-second delay. Oh, dude, I just gotta commit to that thing. Oh, did I break that thing? Fudge. These things like break. I think they say something you're not supposed to be using it on the asphalt. Alright. What's this song right there? It's playing. Darn, this is copyrighted. Fudge.
Hi.
There. Do 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 do. Where are you gonna land this? Dude, I think I broke this bar end. Darn. Yeah. It's not staying in my bars anymore. I'm gonna have to vice grip it in here now. So if you guys break these bar ends, I feel like what happens is you freaking bend this metal right here and you can't like tighten it that much anymore. I think what you can do is you just freaking vice grip this thing and then Allen wrench it on there. So we're using this vice grip and we're gonna vice grip that metal. Let's see if this works. So we're vice gripping that metal part. it there, and then you can get a grip on it. There we go. See the holds. I think what I'm doing wrong is I'm like hesitating. I'm not putting that pressure on this foot right here. Yeah, I'm hesitating. Darn it. Oh, it's not gonna work. I broke these things. Maybe you shouldn't be doing freaking hitchhikers outside on here. Watch. I know I broke these bar ends. Not working. It's like not tightening. Okay, that's really tight. Let's see if we can hopefully at least get into one, man. Holy moly. I'm terrible at this trick.
Sometimes your day feels like... That's why Amex Gold and Duncan came together to bring you the...
I wonder if there's anybody just that thought that this trick was easy to learn. I honestly just feel like every just double-footed trick is just hard. Just every double-footed trick is like 2 times harder to learn than it looks. Holding. Lauren's holding kind of. Kind of broken. Broken a little bit. Alright. I gotta at least get into one of these things, man. I mean, it's easier than the garage. so strange. It's like easier in the garage. I gotta lay more forward. Brutal. Dude, this trick's super hard. I'm just terrible at it. Come on now, let's do this. That's it. Kinda. Gosh, I just like hesitate. It's weird. Like, it's easy to say that we just don't hesitate, but like it's so much different when you actually do it. Oh man. Okay. I guess that's the other thing. You can't let your cranks move. I have to have my cranks at that position, like this. Because if your cranks are in the not the right position, you get caught and you just flip over.
The all-new Copilot Plus PCs enable an array of AI capabilities to accelerate your productivity and creativity in a big way. They're the fastest, most intelligent Windows PCs yet, designed for both power and security. With the impressive power of Snapdragon
Grind, hitchhiker grind,
processors, you're
man.
getting lightning.
Hitchhiker grind. There we go. I feel like you just gotta do that like little snap all in one motion. That's what it is. You can't like, You just gotta like just do that, like you gotta drop into it all in one motion. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, Mika, my bad, I haven't even looked at the chat. Holy moly, I'm sorry. I apologize. Nobody said anything, I was just talking, I was just freaking talking. Holy chabongo. I guess what we could also try is elbow glide to hang 5, to rebate to hang 5. That's probably what I should be practicing too. This one's just hard right now, but I guess we tried to practice it a little bit. Okay, we're gonna practice just regular elbow glide, rebate to hang 5.
Twisted tea is a refreshing, hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
Do, 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 do. Blah. ants on here. Holy chabunga. Holy moly. Man, the ants are going crazy. Is that a better angle? I think it is. Pretty good one. That was a 3 cranker. Oh, I went outside the frame. Darn. I have to be more in the middle of the street.
We've always valued the long run. It's why our actively managed funds can help you achieve the goals you have now and the ones you're still imagining. So whether you're investing for your future or theirs, you can bring all of your possibilities into focus.
I practice those a lot, but I haven't even been seeing the chat. I apologize, everybody. little baby lizard.
Why go this way?
Real life isn't always kind to my floors, but I rejuvenate all floors restored and help keep them looking like new. With just one coat, the penetrating formula fills in.
Man, there's ants everywhere. It's crazy. It's like the phone attracts ants or something. hard to go back into Hank 5. I feel like I haven't improved at all today. Dude, there's so many, it's crazy. I wonder why they're so attracting my phone. I should put just a little dab of this stuff right here.
Could this be you?
Working as a corrections officer is more than a job.
It's a career. New officers start at $22.37 per hour and receive a $5,000 hiring incentive. This
Could be you.
At Smith's Pharmacy, Care is saving you time by making it easy to manage your prescriptions. You can contact your doctor for renewals and text when your prescription is ready for pickup. Care is convenience that works for everyone. Oh.
It's not copyrighted. Just sounds I feel like I just need to like focus on more specific tricks. Just like, I feel like I'm on a plateau or something.
quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she's looking pretty tired, Jill.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
It looms for us all, Jill.
Wait a minute. She just pulled a Grammarly.
That is a smart move by Adams.
Slow progression. Just gotta grind it out. Crazy, Matthias is writing it. Freaking sage, man, that's crazy. Dude, that's awesome. Dude, I feel like Paladin is gonna get in there. Matthias is all freaking.
Come for the flight, stay for the lounge. Elevate your airport lounge experience with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
When your team took an L, but you still scored some chocolate.
I guess we'll go draw here pretty soon. Darn, today I felt like I almost went backwards. Darn. Alright, little ants, I'm going inside. You better hop off the backpack. schnegular. I gotta have a Red Bull in my bag right there. Holy moly, dude. What are wrong with these ants, dude? They're all over the place. It's crazy. Holy jabunga. Dude, these ants are gnarly. So many of them. Time to hop off, little ants. I guess we gotta learn from the ants. I guess the ants aren't lazy or something, right? Look to the ants. That's what we gotta look at. We gotta look to the ants. Man, this drawing was cringy. Oh well. We tried. Let's play art. A-R-T. Let's do this. Holy moly, I'm tired for some reason. I think I'm just dehydrated. Alright, let's put the text on. VMix video. Put the brake sign on. Man, these days are gnarly. Huh. Dan. Let's watch Dan. What's Dan doing? Why does this keep doing this? Button right there. It's weird. What the heck happened to that? Huh.
So, I'm a little nervous about this spot because rich people zone traffic there.
Right,
It's
right.
this thing. It's a pole jammy, levy. So where's the spot? It's in there. Up and down. Oh, look, there's a hip here. Yeah, the up and down is the move. Probably. Like, treat it like a rock, though. Like, go to rock. Bet did that. Wait, hold up. Like a wall ride? Oh, we crooked the end of it? Yeah, probably someone did 50-50 early grab and did the yank over the wall. I'm guessing. Those look like really dirty, like tire marks on those things. Yeah, I'm thinking back to 50-50 melon grab or early grab style wall ride. Oh, like nollie tap? That'd be insane. That's what I think. Oh, like wall ride nollie out style. Yeah. Yeah, he's better than you, dude. For his own baby, watch this. Dude, he's literally built better than you. It's crazy. I mean, if only we had people who could walk the road. Hey, Dan. 66 Corvette, you know how I know that? Yeah, but you make it on camera. What's the joke? Okay, 1966 Corvette, how do you know that? How do you know that? It says on the license plate. I don't know. I think maybe they came up Malin School. Damn, John Crawford's like 30 tries deep. No 50-50s. That's crazy. I did it first time. Did you? When? Not when I was here. I mean, no one's actually done it yet off the top. Off the top. No cap. Ooh. What was that at the very top? Lowercase. Hey, hold on. What are we waiting for? You ain't got it. That was almost the top. Can I go off the top? You're an inch away. We can literally hear Matthew down the street on his wheels. I know. Like, we know Matt's coming. You gotta see faster than that, buddy. You're like, we are fully adults now. Has one kid, so it's called fucking adult. Dude, shut the fucking haters, man. Push it up. Yeah, push it up. You ever had your trucks pushed in? You see what happens when you don't step up and pick the spot we go to, man, and stuff like this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous about my man Matthew sending it right now. I already know. Didn't expect that. Didn't do it for a try, though. I've been saying that for years.
Fortitude.
John's out here talking shit on my rhino, Brian. Hasn't landed a single 50-50 today. Good one. Is that why you don't do anything at all?
Power Ward Fortitude. I think we might just do an Armor of God.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't tried like 4 times, so I'm not off the top yet. I'm so disappointed. I'm gonna go home. He had like an inch left.
We could just do an Armor of God.
Yeah, 4 inches left. There it was. Yeah, but where are you guys gonna get speed for it? Oh, you do it anyways. That was it. Not trying to touch it. That was it.
I did kind of want to draw like, that'd be kind of cool, like a shepherd knight. We've been kind of on that theme.
First try. Oh, John went off the end. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Since when does a flat ground butcher count as going big, John? Yeah, you ain't wrong. Damn, dude. See what happens when you try to go big? Yes. Yes. John, you're bored. Oh my god, my watermelon. What is he even in? Trouble. Yeah. I think we're not gonna skate the mail. I don't think you want to stay anymore. They can change your mind. So this spot, it's a wall right over there. It's $8 for an hour to park in this lot, and the bills, the team credits MasterCard, which usually pays for things like this for us, is $10
Fortitude, fortitude, fortitude.
Get in, quick tree right there. So you get up to the top and you pull the barbed wire off. Try this side.
How do we draw something that's like 4-piece but for
Alright, be there. Alien, we're top top for optical lab.
These are dangerous times.
That'd be sick. Yeah, that'd be sick.
Power Ward Fortitude.
If you could just get up to the rough stuff, I think that's a clip. Yeah, this thing I transition, you could definitely do a grind on that thing. God, that was so sick. Woo! Oh my God, you're up there. Watch out for the barbed wire. Dude. Are you trying to use it backwards? Grab, and then ride back up. Oh, like air over it? That'd be insane. I mean, but it stands you. I can move that sand. Oh, that one works. Okay, let's go through my truck and try to find my other battery. Even to just try to flip your board on that steep of a short bank is probably awkward shit. Oh, you're up there. Oh, I like that. There it is. Look at that man work. That's a good way to practice it, Ollie. Yeah, don't waste your board on that, Matt. Yeah, there you go. So ridiculous. Yeah. This is a forbidden trick. Yes. What were you gonna do? Yeah. That would be so jacked. I don't know if that's even physically possible. That might be real. I'm just saying, like, do like a trail scrape on it, or like on the rough stuff. That photo would go so hard. So we've seen transition here to where we think people have done stuff on the top, but definitely no one's done the top without doing music.
I'm trying to think, how do we like, was crazy. Wow. Went up there.
That was crazy.
Bro, I need to fix my ACL, bro. Start soon.
What did you do? There it was.
Do 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 do. Where did that paper? Oh, here it is.
He's trying to scrape the top, maybe grind.
That was a good ad they put on Dan's. That was funny.
What was that explosion? Guys, she just exploded something over there. Whatever she it blew up. Damn, you dropped your phone up there. It always goes to the mill. You give it, then you can take it away.
All right, let's see here. Away. Let's put a new piece of paper. It's gonna just be for thumbnails. Let's take this break sign off. Let's put the chat. Let's put the new slideshow.
You alright? Can you roll it?
All right.
He's looking at like going between them.
Let's do this, I guess. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's just send it. Kind of wondering if I should do a different proportion. Do 5.5 this time.
Get out of here. Come on, I'm trying to see this switch leaflet. I'm never going to see this, am I? This one was good. This part's actually underratedly fun. Doesn't really have a good ledge or a flat bar. I mean, this ledge is decent, but it's round cooking. And then these ledges are like a little tall. I do like this ledge a lot, though. It's just kind of where people just hang out and stuff. And of course, this chain. You know I love this chain. Oh, it looks like someone tightened the chain, actually. Usually it's like pretty saggy. Oh, yeah, it's good now. front blunt on the chain? I think if you just front blunt it, it'd be cool. It'll go. Why did it not go? I think a chain is the most dangerous obstacle in a skate park imaginable. Are you gonna try front blunt? Yeah, you got that. I bet you will. I bet if you push it. Yes. Yeah, you can wax chains.
Just
It works.
not putting that right there.
Waxing chains? I don't know, it's like there is. About waxing chains? Not even joking. There's a chain wax one? There's not. Let's see on the chain wax. Oh, I heard it slide. Oh, you over to board, or what are you thinking? Board slide the tip. How did he land that back up? Oh, here we go.
Planting the seed. Okay, maybe we will do this one.
Did you call Matthew Airbud? Dude. Matthew can be Airbud for sure. Because he has golden retriever energy. 100% he's Airbud.
I think we're gonna do this one.
It is. Dude.
Then we get to put a bibleverse right here.
He's aired out of a wall. Dogs have that match to him. There's only one skateboarding dog here today. I bet you can flip out.
Are you gonna do this one? I think we are. I think this one might work.
Wow, that is very comfortable.
Planting the seed, because I guess this one is kind of more of a. It's almost like a battle pose, but also I feel like because instead of a sword, it's gonna be more like a staff, so it's not as gnarly-ish.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do this one. Maybe I'll do one more layer. Let's just see. Maybe we can.
There it was. I kind of like the board side a little more than the full jam for some reason. There it is. Yeah. Back to back. Yeah. Yeah, Illinois. Oh shit.
By the way, I'm sorry if there's cursing and stuff in here. I cannot control the cursing.
For you. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
I think this one might work.
You see him do one Wally and you're like, is that your East Coast helmet? We're typecasted, dude. Like the grind? Or like... Derek Parkey's got this one together. Oranges and... Yeah, when I think of Colorado, I think of tsunamis.
Oh yeah, and then this could be a peace sign. Yes, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work.
When I think of Midwest, I think of big handrail skaters who end up not having careers.
All right, we're gonna do this one. Let's send it.
I would say 18 and up. At least 5. 5 stairs and up? Yeah, I just realized he has a
We gotta sharpen this pencil a little bit.
This is just pure nerd. Worst fortified better. Clips. Are you gonna actually jump on that rail? That rail is terrible. It's been like demolished too. People have done like a polish issue on that thing.
Okay, let's send this. Oh yeah, how we're gonna do it? We're just gonna just place the proportions in here.
Yeah, the transition cuts in. It has like a big bubble right here. Also, asking locals, has anyone hit this ledge? Crappy run up. It has coping on it. Big drop. They have a little backheel battle. I think he's 50-50ing that rail. So he can hype the 50-50 this terrible rail. I mean, it's your stereotypical early 2000s skate park handrail. It's scary to pop low for like a big rail. It's just like long and also stackable.
I think this is gonna work out maybe.
Further up, you can't stack? Yeah, you can stack in the middle. There's so many big stains and just, I don't know what any of this stuff is.
Okay, let's do it. Let's send it. Let's send it.
A little first try hard to
We're gonna do our line of action.
Spooky. Yeah, Nick. Yeah. Fifth round, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I guess this might work.
Yeah.
Do our 3 immovable masses. 2.
You could never. What'd I say? Oh, you want to grind on the other side. Yeah, man, that was sick. Yeah, Nick makes a good point. When you have ledges with the round coping, you know the park's gonna get weird. Yeah. And they're still battling this line. It's not working. Straight to that. Ooh, it's not gonna do it. Straight to the
Okay, let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
Yeah, neither could John. What's that? Let's see. John. You scared him away, dude. What the? Nick's so brave. There we go. Yeah. Want me to ask him to take him off? That's why he's not pro. Wow. That's why he doesn't like me anymore. If Matt makes this, he's pro. Can't say that. That's me. I should have said, damn it, that was a good one. Oh. real stockable the whole way through. The board stall, I'll even this would be very unhinged. Yeah, that's crazy. Dude. Yeah, Matt? Dude, that's your man's. That's my man's and them. Wow.
All right, let's send it.
Yeah, man, it'll be thick. He might beat you again, John. You want to talk?
Man, I feel like he just films the entire session, dude. Yeah, he basically just goes there and just like, you do anything, I'm gonna film it. It's almost like he streams, but he just like makes a YouTube video out of it. Alright, let's start with our line of action. The removable masses. Split those in half.
Good call.
Work on the legs first.
There's exact over this line, so it's just John by himself, not letting cool guy deals. Ooh, pulling a JT Olds. Drop it out of there. Court. You don't want to see it. That's how you killed me. Yeah, you're almost going to miss that, dude. But like the filmer, I'm like, oh, get out of the way. So like, hold on, I'm just going to film this back up. Whoa. So you have a coil problem? Yeah. I don't know what it is. Something that you can fix, I have no idea what it is. I fixed the coil once, but that was when I had no money, and that's the only reason I could get it fixed. The only way I could get it fixed is do it myself. Also scared my head. Oh, yeah. See, my whole thing was I'd always Google what was wrong, and if it seemed simple enough for me to fix, I would try it. There's the fixing the coil, the doing the oil, and it might be one other thing that I've ever successfully done. Everything else, I started, and I'm like, no, I'm fixed. I know. Oh, Kenny, you could go get my shot for this time. Oh, is Kenny good? Yeah, Kenny would be good with that kind of stuff, huh? You're in charge, dude. No, I don't want to be in charge. You're in charge today.
Deltoid, bicep. Let's draw through the forms. Okay, so we're gonna arc it, do the entry limits arcing technique. Arc it down.
The fuck just happened? Go ahead, cross-foot it.
Let's clean it up. I'll erase some of this.
Yeah.
I should just work on the head now. I don't know if I should do like an actual head face on this dude or a helmet. I might do a helmet. Kind of wondering if we could do like a.
Damn, Zach. Again with the manual ball. That's a tough angle.
We could try one of those helmets.
There he is. Oh! Shows me.
We could try one of these helmets. Let's give it a go. Let's see what it looks like.
Damn. And people say you don't do enough flip tricks. You know what I have to do is... Come on, do something, dude. Yes, sir.
Just give it a test run. That one's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do that helmet. Those helmets are, I feel like the helmet where you could just see and there's, I don't know, we're ain't gonna do that one. We'll listen to some music. Watch this. For now. We could just do a helmet like that. Yeah, I might go for it. Let's bring the staff down. Wow, this is a strange character. It's like a cloth armor character, but also it has like a helmet. It's kind of odd. That makes it really weird. I don't know if I should do a helmet like that. I might just do a regular helmet. Interesting. I don't know if I should do a helmet like that. Or should we do the ominous helmet without the any portrait in there? Because that portrait is ridiculous. This portrait is ridiculous. That's true, let's put it in there, huh? Or we could do a normal helmet. guess we could try the normal helmet. Sometimes the normal helmets are harder to draw than just normal figures or the normal portraits. Those are kind of cheesy though. I have to redo this a lot. The helmets are hard actually. Let's really work on this to see if we can get it down. Fortitude, fortitude, fortitude. Guess we put wings on the helmet. Might as well, because it's like we're at that angle. We actually can't put them in there. I'm curious to see like if people are gonna like this one more, or are they gonna like the homeless guy more? I'm pretty sure people are gonna like this one more. It's more relatable. Should we go for this one? It's hard, like, because we're trying to draw a knight, but it's also supposed to be for peace. So that's what makes it challenging. But yeah, I think we're gonna go with that helmet. Should we go with that one?
Take less when you can get a beefy 5-layer burrito, a chalupa supreme, a double.
Let's try not to do the rain ambience. I don't know why all these have the rain ambience in them. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll go with this one. That sounds pretty gnarly. Okay, so we're gonna work on. I'm just gonna full on send this one now. There's no going back now. We're fully sending this one. So we were gonna do kind of like a cheesy portrait, but I have been kind of like into doing the kind of the armor, but also the kind of like the shepherd looking stuff too. Like armor of God, but also shepherd. Now the question is how we're gonna have that hand right there. New zone. Man, I need to find some new copyright free music I like, huh? let's see here. Sure, I wonder what happened to that playlist. It's like not here anymore. Huh. Jason B, what up, bro? You still alive, bro? Holy moly, are you still riding, dude? Wait, are you the other flatline rider? Or is that somebody else? I'm pretty sure that's you, isn't it? Or am I just tripping out? I might just be tripping out. Bro, they got rid of this playlist I used to always listen to. Darn. Man, dude. Fudge. Listen. Oh, you still right? Nice, dude. What in the world happened to my computer? Oh, there it is. What are you up to? What are you trying to learn lately? Recently? Working on the hardest areas first on this thing. Forward steamroller to mixed circle. I have not learned the mixed circle's hard. It's weird. I like give up on a lot of tricks. It's like there's just some tricks I'm just not good at. You know, like lately I've been trying to learn like the double-footed tricks, and holy moly, dude, those things are hard. They don't say that on the how-tos, right? I'm just like, are the double-footed tricks really this hard, or is it just me? Like. Do you follow that other flatland rider that streams? Now, let me shout him out right now. You follow Empathy for Insects, right? He's been streaming a little bit more. The thing is like I'm always like doing something, so I feel bad because I don't watch too many streamers. I mean, I watch some streamers, but like I'm always just doing stuff. So. That guy right there. Empathy for Insects. He streams Magic the Gathering. But he knows a lot about Flatland. He's helped me out a lot. He does stream. He doesn't really stream like BMX right at the moment, but he does ride. Dude, that dude rides with like Terry Adams and stuff. Or he knows Terry Adams. Like he's like a part of that crew over there. Or I guess he lives kind of by him, you know. I don't know about. Yeah, good to see you, man. It's cool you're still there, dude. You know. I've been struggling. I feel like I'm on kind of a gnarly plateau at the moment. guess that's what it always kind of feels like. But some days, like, definitely today, I just kind of felt like I almost went backwards. I was like, bro, I've been riding for this long. I feel like I should be doing more stuff. But I've cut down on social media, so I've been out of the loop. Have you learned some new tricks? I mean, at the moment, I guess it's like I've gotten like kind of like the backyard no-hander a lot more consistent. I guess there was kind of a new combo. I learned the turbine steamroller to switch hand steamroller to funky chicken. I learned that one. I landed that one the other day. It's like basically like where I'm at now is it's just me like kind of like just adding new tricks together, you know. It's not like I've been really learning new tricks, like new tricks, but so yeah, that's kind of where it feels like I'm at the moment. Yeah, these streams are gnarly, man, because it's like, I don't know, some days I'm like landing a bunch of stuff, but then some days, like today, it just felt like I was just terrible. I was like, holy moly, why am I even streaming? Well, I guess I know why I'm streaming, but like, I guess it's good though, because it does show like those days that like, you know, because not every day is just gnarly. Not every day is a gnarly day, though I wish every day was a gnarly day. Let me put on a different video. Let's see here. I do have this whole new setup kind of. It's kind of like a, you know, I've been like watching BMX videos while I'm streaming, you know, to hopefully get some more people into Flatland BMX. Because I'm going to be honest, like barely anybody really watches the Flatland part of my stream. It's like, it's actually kind of brutal. I'm like, I guess some people do, but like, there's not like a definitive scene for it, you know. This guy right here, Joel Schallhorn, I've been trying to learn a lot of this guy's tricks right here. This guy right here. He's a very underrated rider. He's been riding for a long time, dude. I kind of feel bad. I'm like, dude, this guy's doing so many hard combos, because I was like, man, maybe I should learn some of this guy's moves. And I'm like, nope. This stuff's like gnarly hard. This is going to be a camel hair cloak. This character's looking pretty gnarly though already. I'm kind of digging it. I hope, I'm already kind of prepared that some believers are going to be like, are you promoting violence? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a seed right here with a peace sign. Because I know like this, I just feel like if I draw, like, here's the thing, right? Sometimes I start triggering some believers. Like say instead of this staff, I put a sword right here. Bro, I would trigger a lot of believers. I mean, I don't know if I'm just triggering older believers or something, but yeah, so that's why I put this staff right here. I'm going to have this little peace sign right here. So I apologize anybody if I offend you. I'm trying to promote peace, but also we're supposed to adorn ourselves with the armor of God. I don't know how I make everybody happy. How do I make everybody happy? I don't know. You put on brakes, Jason? You run brakes, homie? Where are your brakes at, homie? I honestly think you would learn tricks faster if you had brakes. Now, global flat is down. It's no longer there, unfortunately. But there was this post on global flat that I remember reading saying, you know, if you're on brakes and stuff, you can learn a lot of tricks. A little bit, you know, because you can endo right away. You can kind of like get into them a little easier. Look at this guy. This guy is gnarly right here. This guy is weird. I just recently found him on YouTube. It's weird because you know how like how some riders are just good at certain tricks? Bro, this dude just started learning like death trucks. I'm like, what in the world? Like, I don't know, maybe that's just what he wanted to learn, but he was really good at that, what's it called? You know that trick where it's like the Miami or cherry picker. So this guy was really, really good at cherry pickers, right? And then it's crazy because then he started just learning rolling death trucks. And I'm like, holy moly, bro. Because like that ride out right there, that's actually the ride out of a cherry picker. And it's really crazy because I was like, wow, like it's so weird how like you'll learn a little fundamental trick and then that fundamental trick will actually go into many other tricks. Yeah, and so this guy, I could see this guy was really good at cherry pickers and he started learning rolling death trucks. Insane, dude. I think he calls it something else, but I'm pretty sure that's a rolling death truck right there. He calls it a cherry blossom, but I don't know. I've never heard anybody say it was a cherry blossom, I'm going to be honest. That was a straight death truck, homie. Yeah, shout out to that guy. That guy's cool. But yeah, I have like this playlist that I have of like all these flatland riders now. Dave Smith right here, one of my favorite riders. I've been trying to learn a lot of this guy's tricks, if you can't tell already. But how should I do the breastplate? Let's see here. How should I do the breastplate? That's how maybe I should do it. No, we'll just do it like that because it'll just show it more. We'll just put a ridge on it. Oh, this video is all cropped weird. I don't even recrop it. For some reason it keeps messing up my crop that I have. Janky. Okay, here we go. There we go. Dude, that combo that this guy just did right here is crazy. And those bikes are like super heavy. It's actually a hidden playlist. I don't have it actually, I don't have it public. There's a lot of, I have like, dude, I have so many playlists, it's crazy. I probably have 200 playlists on my YouTube that are private. I would listen to the music, but the music's copyrighted, unfortunately. I'm going to be honest, I think there is something with the heavy bikes. Because, like, there's just something really, like, smooth about it. And that bike right there is, like, 40 pounds. If not 50 pounds right there. I bet. Okay, let's put... that's how we do it. There's a little ridge right here. A little buckle. Yeah, I haven't really been meeting too many other flat riders lately, man. It's kind of brutal. Especially on Twitch, man. You're actually one of... I've only met like 3 or 4 flat riders on Twitch, and you're one of them, dude. I know, that's why this guy's all ripped, bro. Look at how ripped this dude is. It's straight up just a workout. It's just straight up just a workout, just riding flatland. I think this would have 2 buckles up here. I think there'd be a buckle up here as well. Let me put one up in here. I actually learned that trick. I've been getting more into that trick too. The whatchamacallit, crossfoot circle Ks. Dave Smith was really good at the crossfoot circle Ks. That's a front yard variation. That's like a front yard, I don't know what that was, into a regular foot circle K, into a side glide, into a elephant glide, into a swivel, fire hydrant to, what is that, a chair to a funky chicken, to a fire hydrant, to decade. Oh my goodness, that combo was crazy, bro. That dude just did like 30 tricks in one little combo. Like, that was way back in the day too. That's what trips me out, man. See, I do that trick right here. That's the stick bee that I always do. So Dave Smith was really good at the stick bee. It's kind of funny. That's actually one of the reasons why I started learning that trick, the stick bee. That was crazy. That guy just did a bar flip into like an elephant scuff glide, into a gliding side glide, into an elephant glide again. Wow. Even just watching it again, I'm like, wow, dude, it's gnarly. Dude, into a hitchhiker? Bro, what is this guy on, dude? He actually works at a bike shop. Some people say he still rides, but he kind of like... He had like a kid, I'm pretty sure, and you know, a whole bunch of stuff. Had a kid, and... What video was this? This one's not one of my favorites. That's pedal. What is this one? I don't remember what this one was. Here's another Joel Schallhorn video. What was I doing? I need to get this hand down for sure. We need to figure out that hand. How would that hand be? I'm like confused. Let me see if I get a good video up on here. It's a good one. And this one? Oh, this is the 50-year-old guy. That guy's really gnarly. That's Wes McGrath. I used to ride with that guy. Here's another Dave Smith one. We watch this one a lot. This is one of my favorite video parts, though. Which, this one is not copyrighted. We can actually listen to the music on this one. Let me put the music up on this one. This one is actually not copyrighted. We can listen to this one. This is like this is actually one of the Flatland videos that actually got me learning Flatland, bro. I don't know if you're still in here, but this video right here, dude, got me into wanting to ride Flatland. Let me actually make this bigger. BMX Studio. Let's just make this bigger up in here. Yeah, with the bikes. I know, it's kind of funny. I'm gonna put a bike in this one too.
I was always riding like BMX bikes, jumping curbs and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff is when that movie Rad came out. And then seeing like commercials and stuff with people doing tricks with bikes and stuff. Just got into it that way. And then my dad met Jeff Cotter and Ron McCoy and those guys riding at Lakewood Mullins and introduced me to them. And that's when I really started learning stuff. Hanging out with people that were better than I was. Been riding in Long Beach. But I'm not sure. I've been living in Long Beach too long, man. It's just wild. Just I've been living in that area for so long. Most of the time I ride by myself. I mean, Ed Nesbitt moved down by the house, so like I see him every now and again riding, you know. And then every now and again I might ride with Stefan Sarah or
So this video was actually in his he was actually a secret character, Matt Hoffman. And I didn't know that that's actually where this video is from.
I was kept to myself growing up, so I never really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I ride, except for I like the fact that I like it,
hard.
you know? And that's pretty much it. Just liking to ride and like spending time alone.
Look at that. That was like, that's kind of like a mixed circle, right? What was that? I don't even know what you did right there. I think this was like I think it was like a knee mixed circle. Oh, oops. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. What was this? Yeah, dude, look at that. That was crazy. That was like a knee mixed circle or something. Yeah, wow, it's crazy. Look at his knees on his top tube right there. Interesting. I keep pressing the wrong button, my bad. It's hard to like clip it when it's like in a little thing like that. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was like a straight knee mixed circle. I've never really, it's so funny, I never really even paid attention to that. He literally had his knee on his frame right there. It's weird. Have a good one, Jason. Dude, thanks for stopping by, bro. I haven't seen you in a while, huh? I haven't talked to you in a while. I'm glad you're still there, bro. I'm glad you're still riding, bro. That's the crazy thing about Flatland. There's longevity in it, dude. You do it for a long time. Long, long, long time. We're gonna put a shield on this guy as well. And a buckler. Yeah, buddy. The other thing I'd do is I'd screen record videos and look at them slow-mo. That's so if I have a trick, I also try and film it in the same angle as them too. I don't know if you're still here, but like that is actually one thing I'll actually do. If there's a trick I really want to learn, I'll literally screen record it, slow-mo it down, watch it like 7,000 times, and also try and film it in the same angle they're filming it in so you can see the body position. The restroom, I'll be back. There's so many little dials we can do. It's interesting. Okay, let's see what other videos. Let me put this a little bit lower now. That is cool. For some reason, I think they changed something on the YouTube thing. It's messing up the freaking thing. Oh, I gotta turn this down. This is probably copyrighted music. Push this over here. Okay. There we go. Put the music back on. What video is this? I don't remember. I'll be right back. I'll get this for sure. Okay, let's do the Brad Rigney technique, and we will be there. What are we doing? Yeah, I gotta do the Brad Rigney technique. We're gonna do the hands. Let's actually focus really hard on this part. This area is very, very, very hard. Couldn't even just have that hair like that. Oh, I forgot. That's why it's all messed up. I messed up the Well, good thing I didn't really fully go into it. I have to push the book out more. Huh. Dude, this part's super hard. This part's probably the hardest part of this entire drawing. I guess since there's a ridge right there, we should probably put a ridge on the element too, right? No, there's too much stuff right there. Leaf bag, leaf bag, leaf bag. I guess maybe we could have like a sword coming out of here. Let's maybe try that. Let's put a heart. Dude, that look, dude, I've never done a character like, that's so crazy, like, a character like this one. I've done elements, but this one definitely hits a little bit differently. I think we're gonna commit to that right there. Dude, sometimes when I draw these things, it just feels like you're like tripping out sometimes. You're like, what in the world? Like, you just see weird things, man. Weird things, man. You start seeing weird things. We're committing to this. Put a cross down here. It's not that hard to put a cross in things, honestly. It ain't that hard to do. If I could ask the Lord one thing, I'd be like, Lord, do you really want me to steward it like this? Because it's not that hard to put a cross in things, but it's kind of controversial, I guess. The Holy Relic. Got the camel hair cloak, got the helmet of salvation, got the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. I'm going to draw a little buckler, the shepherd's staff from Psalms 23. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table in the presence before me, in the presence of my enemies, or something like that. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. We're committing to that shield. Let's commit to this stuff too. Put a cross right there. Put command to this shield. Welcome everybody to BMX Bible Adventures, where this is the RPG game where we can glorify the Lord somehow, hopefully, and make disciples of all nations. We can love our enemies, even though it seems very controversial. I'm going to be honest. So I asked the Lord the other thing. Those verses trip me out too. Just loving our enemies. I guess I could ask. I mean, that's the question. It's like, when do we always have to love our enemies? Like it's like weird. I've heard people mention that, but like it's a very taboo topic. It's like people don't want to, like, you know. I feel like they don't want to be like, yeah, there's probably some times where we probably shouldn't, but then nobody actually wants to say that, and it's just weird. I don't know, but I guess it's up to the Lord for you to decide, right? Very little camel hair cloak. Bro, this guy's crazy. What's he doing? Man, dude, how do they just like... Man, dude, that guy must have been running for a while, man. I can just tell now. If someone's doing something like that, you're just like, holy shit. That guy's been freaking riding for like at least 5 years. That guy's probably been riding for like 8 years already. Holy moly, he just did a Switzerland squeaker. Wow, I've never seen anybody do a, that was a Switzerland, Carl Cruiser squeaker. Wow, that's really interesting. I've never seen anybody do that. Switzerland Carl Cruiser squeaker. I didn't even know you could do that. We got some... Lo and behold, people won't really realize that this guy's supposed to be like... He's like a homeless... He's like a homeless armor of God knight. I guess that's another thing that's kind of weird about the Bible. It's like there's so many mentions of like... people living out in the wilderness, and you know, even Jesus was said to be homeless, and it's just almost like, can homeless people almost be seen as paradoxically role models? I don't know, man. That's such a weird thing to think about, right? I don't know, man. That's a weird one. Because I feel like in most people you would say it's the exact opposite of what our modern society deems as what we should be doing in life, right? That's why pastors don't really talk about that, because it's kind of probably controversial. They go, well, Jesus was homeless. Maybe some of the disciples were homeless, but we, you know, I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a strange one to think about, actually. I guess if anything, I think maybe it was there to strengthen the believers up. So hopefully, even if and actually that might have actually been, now I think a little deeper on it, that because it's actually very, very interesting to me that Christianity survived the fall of Rome. Now maybe the Lord Jesus Christ foreknew all this was going to happen, and so he kind of maybe wanted some of the believers to be prepared to live in the wilderness. Be like, Rome might fall, you might actually have to live out in the wilderness or something. Like, don't, like, I'm wondering maybe if he strengthened some believers up because that might happen. I guess that did happen. Rome did fall, actually. And we need to clean up a lot of this. Dirty up in here. Yeah, I'm kind of digging this character though. This character is pretty gnarly. I was like, man, this thing's gonna be cringy, but now as I kind of peer into it, it's kind of tripping me out. I feel like this is a very interesting one because it's almost like at first glance you'd be like, oh, that's just a knight. Not thinking that, this guy's probably been living out in the wilderness. This guy's more than just your average knight. This guy can live out in the wilderness. You don't even need a house. He'll just live anywhere. That's scary. That's straight up. That's a whole nother level of scariness. Like, when you're just able just to live anywhere. Like, I actually remember there's actually this WoW item, and it says gloves of the vagrant or something like that. And it says the biggest house is actually the house of the homeless because they can live anywhere or something like that. It was so hilarious. I forgot exactly what the quote was, but something like that. The biggest house of all is the house of the homeless because they can live anywhere. Just mass blocking that in. Doesn't even look correct. Oops. Ah, fudge. Until I messed that up. I don't know what I was doing. Took the wrong line right there. He's like, the stuff. Man, you know what would be kind of strange? It'd be kind of strange. Imagine if we could just observe everybody just live in the wilderness, you know? Man, that'd be strange. Just like, how would we act and how would we respond? Because basically everybody you see now, imagine them just homeless. Like, what would we be like? That'd be weird. There is a strange homeless Christian scene. That is the weird part. It's out there, right as I speak. They're out there. I've seen them, I've talked to them. I really wonder what pastors think about the Christian homeless scene of today. It's definitely a trippy one. Oh, there's kind of like a tangent in here, huh? There's a bit of a tangent. We got the shield, we got all these things. Look at all these doodads. Big old peace sign right there. That's funny. Holy chabango. Holy little brown squirrel. Alright, let's work on this foot over here. We're gonna put a little bit of like plate armor on here, and then I could put another peace sign up there. Yeah, he's gonna have like some shin pads. Scanian Paladin. I don't know if this guy really is a paladin. I guess maybe he is. This is kind of like a weird character. He's a bit of a paladin, he's a bit of a shepherd, he's a bit of... I don't know what class this would actually be. It's like, I guess like it would maybe be like shepherd paladin, like nature shepherd paladin. Very Paladin-esque. The helmet's very Paladin-esque. He is wearing the breastplate, but then he has the camel hair cloak on top of it. Supposed to be for peace. I'm going to put a peace sign right here. And choose for your feet the gospel of peace. I know this guy looks really gnarly, but I'd like to consider that this guy is for peace. Paladin of Light's healer. Yeah, he is a healer, for sure. My favorite part is actually this part. I mean, I have done like one. This might be like the second or third time. Maybe I have done it a bit, but I like how like this part right here is very like, I kind of like hid the armor of God with this one, right? Because I was thinking about helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace, or shoes for the gospel, or sandals for the gospel of peace, sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, the shield of faith by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. And then, like Psalms 23, where David says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. It's actually funny. Those are actually 2 items. I don't know if I could add that one, because it is supposed to be like a club thing. The rod. Which I actually think that verse of Psalms 23 might have been kind of the influence why we see some RPG classes, and you know how like the cleric and the paladin, they have like mace items, like the mace weapon, you know? Because if you read, I think it's the Got Questions commentary on Psalms 23 about the rod and the staff, there's this part in the commentary that said like shepherds used to put a metal club thing at the end of the rod to protect the sheep. Maybe that's some deeper lore of why paladins use that item. Clerics as well. One, 2, 3, 4. That one's like right on the edge. I should actually push this character up just a hair. These are fun though. This one was weird. This one actually like really came together. Some of them I really have to start, like the homeless, but I guess this is like an armor of God one, so these ones are always easier. Not always easy, but definitely easier than the homeless people. The homeless people ones are just brutally, those ones are weird to draw. Okie dokie. Let's work on this foot now. Let's put the shin pad thing. Put a thing right here. That's weird. Something happened with your message. Dr. Felton video? Really? I have been using it for a while now. I don't know how else I could promote peace, really. In terms of a symbol, without like writing the word. Okay, let's put a big old toe right here. I will have to look it up though, huh? I thought it meant something about the nukes. Something about like, something about like taking a stand, not nuking other countries or something like that. I might be wrong on it. I didn't really look too deep into it. So it's not really working out very good, but I will try it. I guess it's the common peace sign. I wonder why people started using that one, huh? Wasn't it about the nukes? I thought that's what I read up, but I might be wrong. Okay, let's work on this sword a little bit. It's gonna go into this a little bit more confidently. So one of the reasons why I started putting this sign in here is because I would have believers saying I was promoting violence. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna, and I understand why. It's because, you know, it's like the boots of the gospel of peace and sowing peace and stuff like that. And 58, Holtom used it as the anti-nuke symbol. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was, huh? We have a little heart on this sword, too. I know I upset some believers. It's so weird that I would upset believers. Because I understand we're supposed to love our enemies. It's just hard to, like, draw a sword. It's, like, very... I know it's kind of controversial. Like, it's hard to draw a sword, but also we're called to love our enemies and stuff, you know. That's why I put a little heart right there. Across right there. My little doodad right there. Somehow it's supposed to love our enemies, right? I honestly think that was the hardest part of Jesus' word. I guess that's not the hardest part. No, it was definitely a hard one for me. You know, loving our enemies. Even, like, it's crazy because I never knew how deep that goes into, right? There's been, like, philosophers, like, other people of other religions, but those words that Jesus said, man, even today I feel like it's controversial. It shouldn't be controversial, but, like, you know, it's but it has really, I never knew how deep people get into that, you know, about loving our enemies and stuff like that. Okay, we're gonna put some chainmail. This guy is wearing like chainmail right here underneath the plate mail. Now, I will be honest, there is some controversy within, like, the Teutonic Knight, because this is, you know, I'm, like, drawing a knight and stuff like that, right? And actually, I'm gonna be honest, these winged helmets, the Teutonic Knights actually did, you know, they did put, like, these crests on their helmets and stuff. And not only the Teutonic Knights, there was other knights that did it as well, and in different centuries and stuff like that. I think the Hoplites, the Greek Hoplites, I think they did more of the Mohawk thing. I think it was the Teutonic Knights that started putting the wings and stuff on their helmet. But, you know, there's a lot of controversy with, like, you know, the Crusades and the Hospitallers and the Knights Templar. But the thing is from my understanding of it all, was that people would travel to the Holy Lands, right? They would take these long missions trips to go to the Holy Lands, right? But then there was a certain religion, I won't bring it up on stream, but there was certain different religions, or actually it was one, I think, maybe multiple, but some of their texts were like, kill everybody that isn't a believer or something like that. And then so what would happen is that there would be these people going to the Holy Land, and then they would get ransacked, right? The people would just go and just kill them all, you know? And so then what happened is, I'm pretty sure, like, there was this night order that started happening to protect the travelers to the Holy Lands, and that, I think, became the Knights Templar. But also, the one that I was kind of interested in, which I'm a little bit more influenced on, is like the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Hospitallers, because the Knight Hospitallers, they were like medics or something like that, and then they became like they were kind of more like just protectors instead of like full on just crusaders. But there's a lot of controversy and all that, and I don't even know if I am Catholic or not. It's just I have a lot of friends that are Catholic, so I'll say that. I have a lot of friends that are, I don't know what denomination I am at the moment, but I just want to lay that out there as well. I don't know what denomination I am. I just like reading the Bible. A lot of interesting lore, though. Peace sign. We're going to put a bike right here. BA and MA in history, PhD in... Holy chabunga. That's gnarly. What do you think about, like, what do you think about the Crusades? I know it's maybe we shouldn't talk about it, but it's kind of a controversial thing, you know. I'm going to be honest, you know what some Catholics have told me? I'm going to be honest with you. Some of them have told me that if it wasn't, honestly, certain religions would actually be if that stuff never happened, certain religions would have taken over a long time ago. But that's just take that with a giant grain of salt. I don't know if that's actually true. But that's what some people have said to me. Because I have read certain texts, and there are some, like, things that are kind of sketchy. Just like, kill all the unbelievers or something like that, you know? It's like whoa, that's really, really gnarly, right? Definitely not, and that's actually another different one about, you know, loving your enemies and stuff like that. Yeah. I feel like I have to word this very carefully, because I feel like I actually would get in trouble on Twitch if I started talking about certain things. So I need to be careful of how I say certain things, so. And I apologize if I offend anybody. Everybody deserves love. I'll just know that, but. Now, do you know any like paladin lore, right? Speaking of paladins, right? I don't know if you know this, but there's actually you know the guy that made Dungeons and Dragons? His name was Gary Gygax. What's interesting, if you look up Gary Gygax Christian, he was actually a believer.
Now, he was a part of, I think, the Jehovah's Witness, but he actually left the Jehovah's Witness. Because I know a lot of people there. I know there's a bunch of controversy with the Jehovah's Witness, right? You know, they don't celebrate birthdays. They don't even celebrate Christmas and stuff like that, right? But it was crazy because that dude was actually a believer. And I think because of what Gary Gygax did, he was the one that kind of put paladins in the early games of Dungeons and Dragons. And it's kind of crazy that it's become an archetype even nowadays in a lot of games. As people can be stupid, especially our own. Yeah. That's a big one. I always think about too is like what Jesus said on the cross, like, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. You know, it's like you can lead a donkey to water, right? But you cannot make it drink sometimes, right? And sometimes we have to have the grace and understanding to know that, you know, sometimes they just do not understand, even if you have to tell them over and over and over again. Sometimes we have to learn the hard way, which I actually think that goes into the wilderness seasons. You know, maybe sometimes God puts us in the wilderness seasons because maybe we just don't listen, you know? We're just too distracted. He took them from Frankish history and myth and, of course, the military. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I know, like, that first game, it's actually, I'll show you. There's this game. I've never played it, but I watched, if you watch, like, this old dungeon, like, there's, like, this old 70s or 80s or 90s Dungeons and Dragons documentary. But this was actually, Chainmail RPG was the first game that, this was the first game that Gary Gygax came out with, right? It was this one. But it's kind of interesting because in the little image thing, you know, it's like, it kind of shows like this guy, you know, it's kind of gnarly actually. And I just found it really weird. Chainmail RPG. I've never played it, but you have it. Holy moly. Wow. No, I'm going to be honest. I've never really, I don't even really play too many games, honestly, but I honestly feel like this is my game right now. I just get to draw characters and stuff. Now we're going to draw a bike on here. By the way, this is how we started it off. This is the little thumbnail. This is the very little thumbnail. We blew it up. Isn't that crazy? Now, I honestly do, the only reason I'm starting to do some of these thumbnails is it's good to measure out some of these proportions, you know, because if I were to do it, sometimes it's actually nice to, you know, make sure that it'll fit in here all the way. So that's why I've been doing these thumbnails again. But now we're going to add a bike in here. So I like to do the bike. I don't know if you guys can see that guy. Let's see, Jeff Perrin wrote the original. Gygax joined him and added the fantasy, the very good and fun jousting matrix. Interesting, huh? It's pretty crazy to think how much that influenced even games nowadays, right? Because, like, I feel like every RPG game, you know, it always has, like, a little bit of something. Even if people don't want to say it's been inspired by Dungeons and Dragons, there's always been a little hint of it. I feel like I can tell. And then so be it's hilarious because I meet so many believers that play paladins, right? Even little kids. I mean, it's crazy, right? And it's that element of choice. It's I actually find it very interesting, the choices that believers make if given the options, right? Perrin was and is a hardcore historical gamer. Huh. Oh. I need to loosen my armor right now. I'm still wearing it. Okay. I need to hurry up on this. We're actually making good time, though. I'm about an hour late, but...
Do you find it weird that a lot of believers play paladins? It's actually strange because you can even see it on Twitch as well. I found that just so weird. I honestly thought it was a weird, ironic coincidence that started happening in my life. But yeah, it was actually a very, very interesting one. So here's the thing, right? So when I was actually younger, my friend down the street, I actually was not always a believer, right? I wasn't always a believer, right? I grew up in church and stuff like that, but I never like fully believed, you know? But it was weird because my friend down the street, he always played paladins every single game. I was like, huh. And then it was weird because then when I went away and went to different states, I would meet other believers and they're like, oh yeah, I play a paladin. I'm like, wait a minute. You play a paladin too? I mean, it makes sense, right? Because I think given the choice if you're a believer and you have like 10 classes, you know, or even if you had 2 classes, imagine if you asked a believer, are you going to play a paladin or are you going to play like a demon or something like that, right? I think most people would probably pick the paladin if you're a believer. The armor types are mail and plate. The erroneous terms chainmail and plate mail come from the fantasy gaming. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to draw this bike. How I do it is I take the proportion of the shin bone right here. And if normally we see a bike, it's roughly about their shin bone height. Right there. We're using this pencil because we can erase it. We're going to split this. And so a BMX bike is roughly 3 wheels big, but not exactly. It's not exactly 3 wheels big. It's a little less depending on the type of bike. So what I generally do is I'll do like this size, the sizing of the shin bone, and then we kind of just roughly just go 2, and then it's a little less than 2. It's like right there. Not fully. So if you guys are wanting to draw BMX bikes, that's how I do it. But like that. And then what I do is I make it a rectangle like this. And then we split this one in half. And then we know that that's somewhere in the middle of that wheel. And then roughly I always build the forks up. Generally if I could build this up, it makes everything else way easier to draw. We're gonna make maybe a flatland bike. Plate and mail are what you have. I guess it's kind of a mixture of everything, right? Because we have plate, we have mail underneath. I guess this is kind of like a robe, camel hair, almost tabard-esque. Got sandals. Some gnarly flatland bars on here. That is how we draw a bike, everybody. Yeah, a cleric. Yeah, it could be kind of like cleric-esque, huh? Have you ever played WoW? I played a lot of WoW, by the way. We're listening to the WoW soundtrack right now, right? I've gotten to the point where I just listen to game music and I just kind of feel like I'm just playing a game while I'm drawing. This is basically the video game that I'm playing. Like the time frame right now that I'm under. This is our video game. I was going to put like a sheep right here. First edition D&D and A&D let clerics use plate and mail. Interesting. Huh. Okay, what am I? Oh yeah, we're gonna build this up now. start with the wheel. Now the tire is actually the hardest part, I think, so. Oops, I kind of messed that up already, fudge. I'm gonna just do that, something like that. Put the fork in here, the head tube. Kind of frame. I guess we'll just do a normal frame. We're going to put our seat tube right here. I like drawing the bikes. It's kind of fun. That's actually not kind of fun. It is actually very, very fun for me.
Yes, vanilla through January after lunch. The game was at its best, Burning Crusade. Yeah, I played vanilla right when it came out. I was like a little kid, it was crazy. Now, I do find it interesting that they made the priest class in WoW, because it's like it's actually kind of funny, because that's like the first time. Isn't that weird that that's the first time I heard that word? I guess maybe not the first time, but the first time I was like, huh, priest? What is that? And then it was kind of funny, like rereading the Bible, and you know, like there's that like part about Melchizedek or something like that, Melchizedek, something about like the priest or something, the high order priest or something. I was like, that's weird. They're using the same word. I'm gonna put some normal geometry, normal stem. I guess we will just do normal geometry. That's how we draw a bike. I had a Paladin that was uncritical and uncountable, while still in the blues, uncrushable. Yeah, in the beginning I actually made a rogue. In the beginning I made a night elf rogue. I wanted to play the priest, because I remember I would like frequent the beta forums when WoW just came out, or like before actually WoW came out, and everybody was like saying like priest is the best class, and so I tried a priest when I was a little kid, but it was just too hard. So then I just started playing a rogue, because like I wanted to try the druid as well, but the druid was too hard for me too. So, when I was a little kid anyway. Okay, let's clean this up. And so now what we do is see how we drew it all in. I work in a layer system, so now you can take that pencil layer out, and then we'll redo the pencil layer on top to clean it up. You know what, I actually haven't drawn a bike with just front brakes. I think we're just gonna put just front brakes on this one. Kind of funny.
Other paladins would die left and right on world bosses while mine could survive as a tank and party heal. Yeah, paladins always seemed like kind of overpowered, huh? Like just in the whole concept of just every RPG game, you know? It's like straight up, you're wearing mail, you're wearing plate armor, you're getting to heal. You get to put auras on people. I guess in D&D you could cure diseases. I think, something like that. And you get a mount. It's like, holy moly, dude. This guy's just gonna have front brakes. It's gonna be funny. Actually, maybe not. Maybe it'll just be brakeless. Yeah, it'll just be brakeless. I haven't drawn like just a brakeless guy in a while. Oop, man, this thing moved on me. There we go. I was hated by so many other paladins, it was all down to technical reading comprehension. I basically just PvP'd a lot. I was really into the rating, but the rating was like, it was like strict, man. I was like, they're like, you gotta play at this time. I'm like, bro, I can't be playing that time. I'm just gonna not get kicked out of the guilds and stuff. So I got into like PvPing and stuff. You know you could play WoW as a pacifist too. It's actually one of the rare few games where you can actually play that game as a pacifist. Maybe not classic, but you can play retail. It's kind of boring, but it is doable. Oh, that fork's a little skinny right there. Shout out to this eraser right here. This is the Tombow Mono Zero little eraser. This thing has sped up my process because see, if I would have erased it with this one, I would have had to draw both of those lines. But this one, I don't have to do that. Yes, one of the first people to do it was a holy priest. Oh, crazy! Wow. Yeah, on my YouTube, I have a link to my YouTube. I have a bunch of videos. I just spam that. You don't have to follow me or anything. But the thing is, I actually have some of my old videos where I was like playing the pacifist runs and stuff. It is a challenge. I'm gonna be honest. It's just a full-on test of your endurance. Because it's so boring, you know? It's almost like, you know, I started like proclaiming the word. I almost got banned from WoW because I was proclaiming the word of God, like in the street or like in the cities and stuff. The thing is it's actually not a bannable offense, but the thing is that if like 30, 40 people spam you saying that you said something wrong, there's like an Autobot that happens on WoW, and they'll like, you know, you get a little ticket thing. Yeah, they killed nothing. Yeah, it's gnarly. It's crazy because you can actually do it in WoW. You just have to go around and you have to basically explore until you get to level 5, and then from level 5 you have to go and make a little bit of copper by selling everything in your inventory basically until you're naked. And then you have to go and buy, or actually no, because I think it's 10 copper to get the herbalism. You get the herbalism, and then you herb a little bit for experience, and then you sell the herbs. Then you get into mining, and then basically you mine and you herb, and that's how you level up. But what made it fun is because I was always like I was on Moonguard, like the RP server. And it was kind of cool because, like, you know, you can kind of like share. I had like macros I would just like be so bored. I'm like, how do you have fun not killing anything? It's ridiculous, right? And so I started having fun by making these macros, like trying to give God glory. Like I was like, it's kind of funny. I have it all on these old YouTube videos. It's hilarious, but just trying to make macros with the Word of God and stuff. Herb and mine. Now there was this panda, the Pandorian, he did it like all crazy. I think he leveled, there was one guy that leveled, I think, without killing anything, without joining Alliance or Horde. And it took him like a bunch of years or months or something like that. I think he streamed it all too. Some people are crazy. It's crazy because WoW is still like, it's it's really interesting to me to see the games that just survive, survive just the exiles of all the other games, Like all these other games, bro, have tried to make their mark. They tried, and then they just didn't survive, But WoW's one of those games that actually has survived throughout the test of time so far. Let's see how far it goes, but from the looks of it, it kind of feels like it's never gonna, it's like just, so many people like it. I think right now, the thing that WoW has now is so many people have invested so much time into WoW that it's almost like, they've almost kind of like created some sort of like nostalgia, like they're almost like riding the nostalgia wave. In Lich King, we do the world endgame raid with 20 people to completion in 6 hours. Everyone took full 25 and could not do it under 8 hours. We did not use any... Wow, crazy. Hey, do you follow Susie live? It's kind of crazy. That's the other thing. Man, maybe I should start playing WoW again because, like, I kind of noticed some of, like, the big Christian streamers. They play WoW, like Susie live. He plays WoW. I think he's like a pastor now too. He's a pastor for the there's like this game church thing on Twitch. Very interesting. Now I could play WoW right now. I just have to get the Ethernet cable. The only reason why I'm not playing WoW right now is because once I start playing WoW, I kind of don't draw as much. And I just feel like drawing right now is like kind of a little bit more fruitful for me. I'm not saying playing video games is bad or anything. It's just in the season I'm in. Just drawing's a little bit more fruitful at the moment. Got some skinny bars up in here. Maybe I should have made those grips a little thicker. I actually do need to make them a little thicker. I stopped in January after Lich King dropped several years ago. I lost my account in one of the huge hacks. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. If you have screenshots and stuff of your old characters and stuff, I think Blizzard would help you try and get your account back, maybe. I don't know that for sure, but... Yeah, I was super obsessed with WoW. Okay, let me get this down here. My bad, everybody, about my welds. My welds are a little janky. Weld right there, gusset. I like drawing bikes, it's fun. Man, these tubes are actually really, for some reason I'm drawing this bike super skinny. Oh well. Here's a titanium bike. This is the worst on goals song. I will say the soundtrack to WoW is amazing. Like they had a straight just orchestra, like hundreds of people working on the music. I'm actually gonna put the pedal. I'm gonna put the crank right there so we can see it a little bit. Right there. It was fun at the time. No screenshots, but I was known, loved, and hated on the server. I PvP'd like a madman. and would literally run away because my red paladin could kill everyone and not die. Now there is actually, I guess I could show you maybe, there's this old, there used to be this old, like I saw it in an old game manual. Let me see if I can find it. Warcraft 2 Archer concept art. There was one, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. There was one with a cross on it. Oh yeah, here it is. Check it out. There was this old art, I think it even might be Warcraft 1 when it came out. I'm pretty sure this was from Sam Wise. But when I find something with a cross on it, I'm like, huh, that's strange. Because like that's definitively the only cross I've seen in like a concept artist put. Wow. Actually, no. There's actually a cross little, you know, like the little emote emblem, like spell looking things. There is one in WoW with a cross on it. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh yeah, so this is from Warcraft 1, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that the concept artist would put a cross on it. Oh wow, like just didn't focus. Don't think they would get away with doing it nowadays like that, huh? They'd be like, we can't put a cross on, that's too controversial. That's a weird pedal, oh well. We're gonna have to go with it. Well, you can just drive like in there. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Holy moly, that dude just did a cliffhanger bar, half bar spin. Let's watch that again. That was insane. Let's shout out the only company that's ever hooked it up. I guess Golden Days hooked it up as well, but this right here, this is crazy. Holy moly, I guess that's a seat grab cliffhanger half bar. What the? We're gonna draw some sheep back here now. Sheep in a while. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it fit in there. Sheep, sheep. I feel like it's like too close. I guess we will draw the sheep in there. I haven't drawn a sheep in a while. Or maybe I have. I don't know. I don't remember. Huh. Let me put a bunch of sheep up in here. Put another one right here. No, maybe I'll just put one. I do kind of want to put more. Okay, let's draw this sheep. Sheep, sheep, sheep. forgot I put this in my playlist. I haven't even watched this. Should we do more sheep in the back? I think we are.
You might want to take the stem and cross off the top of the helmet. It looks crooked and unnecessary. It also catch a sword blow. Yeah, that's a good one, huh? We could try. It is actually crooked now I think about it. Maybe we'll put a little halo. Maybe a little halo. So I did want to try like a little halo. I tried to do a big halo, but it didn't really work. Womp, 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 womp. Probably made it worse. Let's see. Let's draw the happy sheep. Actually, I needed to clean that up. Oh well. I'm on time crunch mode now. Yeah, remove the. Let's try it out. Let's see what it looked like. Luckily, I didn't like fully commit to it. That is a part that I didn't commit to. Actually, it does look better, honestly, because then I could like make it look like that's kind of like where the light source is coming from. That was a good one. Sometimes I stare at these things so long I don't even know what I'm doing. Kind of like, Luckily, I did not do it with the green pencil. That was actually one little area you found that I actually did not hit with the green pencil. I wasn't fully committed to it. That'd be cool to have sheep, huh? It was a lot of work. A lot of work for these little sheep. You gotta bring them to the water. You gotta feed them. I guess you don't have to feed them. I guess you just gotta send them to the green grass, huh? What is this? That's crazy. I don't know if I'm gonna do the background really. Let me put some grass up in here. We gotta find the green grass, everybody, so we can feast. Let's put it across real quick.
seed right here with the peace sign. You have to keep them moving from place to place. If not, they will eat all they can and stand in the barren land and die of starvation. Have you ever tried a shepherd sling? Or a Balearic sling, as some people call them? Very, very hard. I actually need to start doing it again. I have one. I would actually do it on stream, but it's like so hard that I kind of just like, it's kind of disheartening how hard it is to get good at. Like it kind of feels like you just don't progress. You have made them and used them. Tremendous fun. Yeah, those things are hard to get good at. I guess I will put a bunch of sheep right here. I mean, we are called to be sheep. The sheep from the goats. I think I might put a little fishing thing right here. A little fishing line. Kind of like Fishers of Men. The one that we did last time. Fishers of Men. Darn, that one kind of like doesn't actually looks like it'd probably be swaying out well. Actually, I don't know if I like that. That looks kind of janky. Because it looks like he like just lifted it up and it'd probably be moving, so I'm not going to do that actually. But maybe he does have one in there, I guess. It just won't be on this drawing. But he does actually have that attachment on the staff. We will put a bunch of little sheep up in here, though. I try to. I've done it a couple times on a couple drawings. It's gonna be actually kind of hard to do, but we'll just put another little head up in here. Make it really abstract. Head over here. Circles. You watch any other Christian streamers? It's crazy. It seems like every time I go on the Christian tag, there's just more and more Christian streamers starting to stream, which is really cool. I wish more people would start streaming. I'm gonna listen to Baron's music. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make these little fluff balls and just put little, just like almost like little, you could barely even tell what it is. Like, what is that? I kind of don't like that, oh well. Consumed by him, he is how... Oh, okay, he's how I found you. Oh, interesting. Awesome. Yeah, it's cool, like, seeing all the varieties of, like, different types of streamers and stuff right now. Hopefully we all have a part in the body of Christ, right? I forgot, I'm gonna put the verse right up in here. I don't know what verse we're gonna put in here. We might have to do a little verse. I kind of want to do the Psalms verse. Where's my Bible at? I don't know if I could put that verse in there. Psalms 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you're with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. It's a very famous verse. Let's read this one. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. This part always hits me. I forget about that every single day, basically, because I always want. I feel like, how do you not want anything, right? But I remember doing a Bible study on this one. It's like truly trusting in the Lord, right? He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I guess I kind of didn't want to like draw it as the Lord per se, right? So that's why I'm not going to write those ones down. Because I know some people get a little tripped out. I have had some believers say, "Well, you shouldn't be drawing like the Lord or something." This is just some random character guy, right? Because I feel like that's kind of like, but I don't know. Some people don't care, right? But I know some people like get like very like iffy, being like, "Are you drawing like? Is that supposed to be like Jesus or something like that?" Right? I don't want to like make it controversial. We could do a lot. We could even do the Armor of God one. But also, I kind of feel like the Armor of God one would be kind of trippy because this guy has like the staff. But this guy is kind of wearing the Armor of God too, so. Yeah, we're gonna write number 4. Rod and their staff, they comfort me. Which I guess this guy doesn't really have the rod. Maybe it would be behind him or something. It's supposed to be like a club stick thing. Club stick thing. Hopefully, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to write it all in there. I'm going to have to write it really, really little. I guess today we did a Bible study on Fortitude. Maybe I could do that. Now, it is kind of weird that David was a shepherd, but he's also giving acknowledgement to the Lord as his shepherd. I feel like there's something to learn in that, right? I mean, I guess that's why David was a good shepherd, because David learned from the shepherd of all shepherds, right? Look up the... Ermine Street Guard Living History Group in the UK. What's that? We'll type it in on the list. I'll look it up right now. Ermine Street Guard. Man, there's a whole bunch of stuff oh, wow, interesting. I think I might have seen some of the videos that they made videos on YouTube. Interesting. I need to start drawing more Roman armor. I was a little inspired because I know like they wear the sandals. Or I forgot what they're called, but do you follow Told in Stone? I feel like you would really like Told in Stone. He's like a let me show you. Told in Stone, this guy right here. I do follow this guy. He's a really big YouTuber. I'm pretty sure you might have heard about him. But I really like how he goes about and describes his, oh wow, he actually made a new video. I didn't even watch that one. I like how he like sets up, like, he knows so much about Roman history. And I like how he kind of like goes into like some parts of Roman history that are a little bit more obscure or maybe a little less talked about. He kind of asks, people ask him questions about certain things, and he has just so much Roman. I think he literally lives in Rome, and he like studies it and stuff like that. There you see 1st century Imperial Romans, huh? What do you think about Constantine? Constantine's pretty interesting, right? He's very... I will say this is a very interesting thing to think about. I have heard some other believers say, what would Christianity look like if Constantine never won the Civil War? Because from what I remember, right, there was a civil war that happened in Rome, right, the Roman Empire, and there were like 2 emperors or something. Or no, I think it was like an emperor and then Constantine, right? He was a military leader. And because Constantine saw a sign in the sky, right, of the cross, he converted to Christianity, right? That is really, really weird, huh, to think about. Yes, had to correct him on a few things regarding Roman history, really. Seems like a smart guy, right? But I guess that's the other thing, is sometimes people can sound really smart and I don't really know if they're making a mistake or not, right? Okay, we're going to write this verse in here. Hopefully we can write it all in there. I think we should be able to. Let me actually zoom this in. For some reason I write at an angle. Constantine versus Maxentius at the Battle of Milvian Bridge. Yeah, isn't that interesting, huh? It's crazy that Constantine, here, actually, let's bring this out a little bit. Actually, because I don't know if you listened, I did a Bible study. I did the drawing of, like, the homeless guy. Because it's been kind of weird thinking about how so many of the prophets and apostles and even the Lord Jesus Christ himself was, some say homeless. Foxes have holes, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Now, what's very interesting is just the whole aspect of even thinking about, like, John the Baptist, which I was kind of inspired by John the Baptist with this camel hair cloak. John the Baptist was known to live out in the wilderness. Now, I always think, well, why did Jesus and the apostles why were some of them just homeless, right? Why were some of them vagrants? It almost seems like it's so paradoxical from what we learn today. Like, today we learn we need to have these. You don't want to be, it's frowned upon being homeless nowadays, right? Nobody wants to be homeless nowadays, right? Now, I had this epiphany, I guess I wouldn't say an epiphany, but I had a thought today. What's very, very interesting is that Christianity survived the fall of Rome, right? And it's interesting thinking that Christianity survived the fall of Rome because it's interesting because Christianity merges, it grows about anywhere, right? To make disciples of all nations, right? And man, it's very interesting. And it's almost like I wonder if the Lord Jesus Christ, like foreknew that Rome was going to fall, and maybe there would be some harsh times where you probably have to maybe be homeless. Maybe you have to learn how to survive out in the wilderness. And maybe that made some of the believers stronger. It made them more resilient, right? Because, you know, kind of oddly enough, a lot of the Romans that were kind of a part of that culture, they couldn't survive without, you know, running water, without their aqueducts and stuff like that. The hawk signo vincus, in this sign conquer, they were not homeless or vagrant. Read the Gospels again. I guess not all of them, right? But I guess some pastors have said that. I guess I wouldn't say vagrant or homeless, you know, because I feel like they did kind of traverse, right? Kind of like going into a town, and if they don't accept you, just dust what does it say? Dust your feet or something? Shake the dust off your feet. Yeah, write this verse. Even though, I spell it right. I walk through. Oh, I got the commercial got me. Those pastors were incorrect. Well, some of them did live out in the wilderness, right? Like Elijah, John the Baptist. Through the valley of the shadow of death. Shadow of. They are drawing erroneous conclusions from scriptures taken out of context. You mentioned the disciples at us. Oh, that is okay. Yeah. Shadow of death. Have you watched The Chosen? Have you heard about The Chosen? I'm pretty sure you have, right? I'm gonna be honest, I've only watched like 4 episodes. But I'm wondering what you think about like the controversy with The Chosen. I will fear no evil. Comma. For you are with me. With me. Your rod and I kind of messed messed that up. I should probably redo that. Was not taken by the hype. Yeah, I've only seen like 4 episodes, but someone brought it to my attention again the other day, just because of like the funding of it or something. Because like multiple denominations funded The Chosen, which I didn't really know about. And the thing is some of these denominations don't like each other, or like they kind of are butting, let's just say butting heads with one another, right? And it's brought a whole bunch of controversies now, which is very interesting, I think. But then it's interesting to think, why couldn't just one denomination fund it all, right? And staff, they come from me. And your staff. Wow, I actually was able to write this entire verse in here. They'll love the scene with Mary Magdalene. Yes, I heard someone say that even the Mormons. Yeah, even that's the whole bigger controversy of it all, right? Is I guess they actually funded a lot of it, so, which is kind of gnarly to think about, right? I honestly think it was, if it was every single denomination besides Mormonism, I think it actually wouldn't have been that controversial, right? But that was the one that really made things odd, I guess. But I feel like they would have known that already, right? Like, I'm wondering, like, did the Mormons just put in a lot of money for this? Or, like, you know, because they could have been like, you know, we'll just turn down that offer. But Psalms 23:4. That's what I write down there. I haven't heard this song forever. I guess maybe I did, but it's a cool song. That is a good song right here. They have several movie sets that look like the first century Jerusalem and Judea. Huh, interesting. Guess I'll put my signature right down there. I'm gonna call it a day. I like to do these drawings all in one sitting, by the way. I actually have trouble drawing like on multiple days because I get like bored. I'm like one of those, I don't know, I'm like one of those people, if I don't get something done like in one little sitting, I just kind of have like a really hard time like going after it again. Outdoor and permanent, wow, huh. I don't know what that would be called though. Like you need to finish something in one take. This would be called something. Thank you. I actually really did like this one. This one was fun. The knights are easy though, right? The least of these drawings are hard. Those ones are always awkward to do, but I think we're gonna put a little fish right here too. Actually, maybe not. It's gonna be kind of busy right up in there. We're gonna just leave it like that. And put on the wood thing. use this wood thing to hold the paper down. There we go. It was weird, like the Bible study was kind of hard today. I guess not, it wasn't that hard. It was the bike riding that was hard today. Which is odd. Generally it's not really like that. Generally it's like the drawing's hard or the Bible study's hard. Alright, I'm going to take off all this, the doodads on the screen. Take out the chat, text, the BMX video, the image slideshow, and maybe we might zoom in once more. Twice, yeah, twice. Let me get some close-ups. Here's the verse. This is actually the most important part of it, right? Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Psalms 23:4. Now I do remember doing a Bible study on this, and it says the part that they kind of highlighted was the shadow of death. And how there was this one commentary, and it said, you know, like when you look at shadows, sometimes shadows can appear bigger than they are, right? And they can scare people because you don't really, you know. And I think they said something about the shadows. I remember that. And we got some sheet. Tried to think about the armor of God. Helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace, sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, the shield of faith. It is kind of weird that I put the shield right there. I kind of just had to add it in there. It was kind of, that part's kind of janky, but there is the staff. There is a staff of Aaron that kind of started budding. Yeah, it was fun. Now we're gonna get our thumbnail, and this is how I get the thumbnail. Just like that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. And we're done, everybody. Now hopefully I can maybe rate somebody. Man, these streams have been taking 2 extra hours. I've really been trying to... There was a time when I was doing these streams, and I guess it's because it's either I'm doing the Bible study longer or I'm writing more. Because I've been trying to do these streams in 5 hours, but I've been pushing them to 7. Yeah, it's getting kind of late. It actually is late. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to look at some streams, and let's actually see how many people are even watching. There's only one person. Maybe I won't even rate anybody. This concludes the stream today, everybody. Or actually, you know what? Let's just find... Maybe I'll find like just a Christian streamer that like doesn't have any. Maybe we can try and help somebody out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the volume. We're going to go into... Christian tag, and let's just go to like the lowest view. Let's see here. Lowest viewers. Let's see somebody that I have not seen before. Oh, there's a person that's drawing. I don't know if they actually are an artist or not, but maybe we should rate that person. I guess we'll rate this person. This person has 0 viewers. Okay, so we'll rate this person then. Yeah, this person says, "Oh Jesus." Thing again. Have a good one, man. Thank you for stopping by. Go to our stream manager. Let's go to raid channel. Let's see if I can find this one. I am Peb. Okay, here we go. Genshin Impact. We're gonna raid this channel, everybody. I don't know if anybody's gonna go into it. Certain audiences, okay, we'll do it anyway. Okie dokie, everybody. Well, we're gonna rate this person. I know there's only one viewer, but we're gonna rate it anyway. I don't even know what this person really believes, but it says Christian on their tag, so try and help them out. Farewell, everybody. Oh yeah, this person definitely is a believer. Because, is that like an AI bot thing or something? How did they get that? How did they already know who I am? That's strange. Huh. That's really odd. Holy moly, that's odd. Glory be to God. Thank you for planting and watering seeds of faith. Keep it up. Alrighty. Let's see. Now I can end the stream.